wrapping this up, shall we? I don't think it'll take as long to finish this as it took to get to where we're at. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Probably doesn't make sense. Anyway. The point is we're more than halfway through. I did check in a vague sense how far along we are. Specifically, I took a look at the achievement list to get a world count that way. And the game goes up to World 6. So, since we're partially into World 4, it's a safe bet that it will be done here today. Though it did say we're only 38% complete, but we did start falling apart on getting everything along the way. Pretty much as soon as we got into this world, I think. If we just go back a bit and take stock right quick. Oh yeah, we also didn't do level 6 at all. Because I think I just kind of started riding along in a direction and things happened. Because we didn't get the guy there. We got everything there. Got everything there. Obviously, we didn't get everything in the hotel. Didn't get the extra guy there. Didn't do that level. No, actually, we did better than I thought in terms of grabbing things. Well, let's quickly clear up level 6 over here, then. Give myself a chance to refamiliarize with controls a little bit as well. It's only been a day, but a lot of things happened. That's what I was afraid of there. Let's do it that way instead. Okay, I made the right call on that one, apparently. I need you. There we go. Right. Those things exist. Right. Better ground speed saves the day. I can't avoid those. I don't know how to get away from those. This is becoming upsetting. What a way to start the day, huh? Just getting bullied by everything on the face of the planet here. Yeah, see, I can avoid them if I have enough runtime. And as you can see there, staying still is not actually the answer. Because if you stay still, the explosion gets you instead. I mean, I guess that's a trick I can do for the ones that come at me from that side, is I can just go under them. The stage is really aggressive, huh? Like, this is more aggressive than the later parts of this world were being. But I guess that's why this is a side path, is so that they can get away with fucking your shit up as hard as they can. Okay, thank God we got a bit of power behind us now. Let's slow down a touch, because I need range at the rate this is going now. Also needing to remember what the color on the cars mean, because each car design is a different car, so they respond to you differently. Like, the pink ones are always gonna fly over you and try to set you on fire and all that. Relatively short stage, at least. Just really mean. And you know what part of it probably is for our completion rate, now that I think about it? Okay, this doesn't actually go anywhere. I kind of figured. But yeah, the thing that's probably killing our completion count is this. All of the things we haven't found a place for. Like, a bunch of these obviously are things that we just sell, probably. Because I still have not verified that, and if we get to the end of toward the end of the game and I don't see anybody that wants any of these things, I probably will give in and sell them. We did that already. Already bought what we could buy there, because I think this was the last thing we did last time, was we went in here and did our shopping. Or what turned out to be mostly just talking, not shopping, but... We got stage 10 and 9. They switched it up, 9 being on the right side instead. Run down rainy rooftops. So are we running down them, or are the rooftops run down? Or both? I always cycle the wrong way around to get back to Petal from Thorn. It's literally just one cycle in either direction gets to them, but I always go the long way around. There we go. And I'm assuming you can get through the entire game with just Petal, Leaf, and Thorn, and anyone else you might pick up by the end of the game. I say just those 3, though, because they're the only guaranteed ones we've encountered so far. Because we didn't have to pay to get Paula, we didn't have to do the side path to get at the crab. And if there's anybody else on a side path, well, they most likely wouldn't be required because they're on a side path. They just enable you to have different options for getting certain parts done. There we go. That's why I wanted to use Paula there, was for the uppercut. I was pretty sure it would work for that. It's kind of funny how my 2 most used characters are kind of polar opposites in how they move. Because until you get some speed orbs going, Thorn's, I think, the slowest ground speed we have? And Paula's our fastest ground speed. But it is an interesting coincidence in that they're both our melee characters. Uh-oh, I fucked up. And dead. It kind of sucks that you can't really recover with that at wall jump. It's not meant to be a traversal wall jump necessarily outside of pre-described spots for it. I think we had some speed boost going, which is why we were able to get across it clean the first time, in case people are confused about that. I think I had enough speed orbs going that we just ran straight through. The smart way to do this would be to lower one side, or, you know, just jump higher. Just jump good. This seems like a good place for melee. Nice close quarters. I think we missed a map somewhere, too. I think I remember seeing the silhouette of one in the zone list somewhere. But I think it was the previous area, not this one. Considering we just went back through this area and realized we had actually cleaned up pretty well around here. No? No, it doesn't look like that's the way in. You, sir, need to cut the shit. Okay. Huh. I don't know how to get in there, actually. I don't know how committed to getting in there that I am either, though, to be fair. Nope, that was the only other remaining option, was to slide in there from the side, and that didn't work either. I don't know what to do with that. But it's just money, so I'm not that committed to figuring it out either. Or to be quite blunt, I really thought I was going to reach. Well, that's a shame. We got a basketball. I mean, I'm sure you could shoot just fine with a deflated basketball. You just wouldn't be able to dribble it for anything. Considering you would just kind of go thunk and disappoint everyone. Oh, this looks like it'll be upsetting. The true crazy taxi. Okay. A little higher move speed will get us past them. So probably like a slide move or Thorn's rolling attack probably would have actually been just fine in that situation too. I don't think I want to be there. What do you know? Of course, the one block I got my head stuck on. Can't believe I'm doing this just in the middle of a stage right now. To be fair, it is an extra stage, so it does make a degree of sense that I need a little something.
Hello there.
Hey there, Lixie. How you feeling today? Understandable. Good luck with work. There we go. Get that process started. Get our power back, because good lord are we gonna need it at the rate this is going. I see you up there. You can't hide from me. Now, I may not be able to hit you, but I can see you. Hey, ABC. Okay, put the little guy down there. You know, I really thought I could walk through that, and I don't know why, considering we've seen plenty of examples of me not being able to do that thus far. Oh well. We shall see. Ow. Because every time you've been convinced it'll work out, it's been the ones I've gotten just fine. It's the ones you don't think are gonna be a problem that I don't get anywhere with. Oh joy, a broken broom. This was clearly worth going in here for. But at least we don't have to go back in that stage ever again. And it wasn't as bad as it looked. What's your deal? Oh, you've got a broken instrument, huh? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, at least you're under an overpass, so you're not in the rain. So you need an instrument. Okay. We don't have one currently. Otherwise it would have automatically given the item over. Okay, stage 11's all the way over there. Looks like this is gonna be a fairly lengthy world, considering. Yeah, that guy's just running rather than actually being a threat. He's just trying to get away from the SWAT guy. That's not what I wanted to do at all. I tried to double jump, but I was just slightly too close to that wall, so she wall jumped instead. The risks of having that capability. But it all worked itself out in the end, really. Wow, I'm just spacing terribly right now. Like, I really thought I was gonna be able to just drop down there, hit, and then hit the wall just fine. Turns out, no. What I should have just done was throw the axe at him or something, and it would have worked itself out completely. Case in point of another one I should have just thrown an axe at, considering the positioning. That's fine. Balance the scales by hitting the least threatening thing around here with the axe instead. And I know it's supposed to be a hammer, but it really looks a lot more like an axe than a hammer. Or at least I did the right thing this time. It's a hell of a thing how much just not playing for part of a day does to your ability to do what you need to do. Huh. Oh, okay, that breaks a hole there too. Okay. So is that all not solid? Oh, curiosity's gonna get me killed. No, that's solid too. Oh, okay. It's because we can go down there without dying. Okay. That makes more sense now. So the idea is we go all the way down here and then we come back up for it. That explains some of the descriptions you've had if you've been looking them up when you've been putting them up there. There we go. Okay, that clears all of that out. Is this just the end of the stage already? No. It almost looked like it would be. But then again, there's nothing defining the last door compared to the other area transition doors. Oh, now I need to know what's behind that. God damn it. I gotta wait for this guy to get out of my way. Do him in. There we go. That's why I figured I needed to go down there, is because that guy was gonna be there. Nice and clean. And that's the end of the stage. Ancient ninja outfit. Gives off a strange energy. Oh, wait. Wasn't somebody looking for a costume? I feel like somebody was looking for a costume. Back in the hotel. I feel like that was true. Like, obviously there was a whole convention there. So... theoretically somebody here might have wanted a costume? I don't think it was either of you two. Yeah, you two are useless. You're already in costumes, or you. You aren't, but I doubt you're interested, but I'll check anyway. The old man's not gonna want it. You aren't gonna want it because you're a stick in the mud too. Wait, somebody specifically mentioned they weren't in a costume. Yeah, you're the one talking about the con pass prices. Twisted Digital Purgatory, Futuristic Armor. that could be a few things. The fact you have to find keys and hidden routes to make progress is significant. My mistake, combat, intricate exploration against chaos and darkness. Like, for some reason, my first instinct is the PS2 Shinobi, but I know that's not true because that's not futuristic armor. Okay, that's useless conversation there, as expected. Nothing new there. Can you give me, like, a time frame for that? Like, is it greater than 10 years old, for example? But let's start from there. $1993. Okay. That actually makes a huge difference. That's... Fuck, what is that game called? Yeah, because unfortunately this description is incredibly vague. Like, it's incredibly specific, but simultaneously incredibly vague. Okay, this isn't where the extra bag was. Where was the extra bag then? Apparently nobody here wants this ninja suit that I found. There must be somebody else that's looking for something like that. Oh no, there's actually somebody else that would make sense for this too. The issue, you already mentioned demonic assaults in the listing there, ABC. I don't really know if that counts as a hint when you just repeat what's in there already. Bear in mind, I am multitasking, so just bear with me on time. That, you gotta understand as well that a lot of things call things demonic without that actually being as significant as it may sound. So that still leaves me with a lot to filter through that I'm aware of, so just give me some time on that one. I will let you know when I need another hint. You want what I'm carrying here? No, you are useless. And I know you are useless as well, so... Who on earth would... I'm not gonna worry about trying to find who wants this thing right now. All we're gonna do is run around uselessly for a while if I do that. It may very well be somebody we haven't encountered yet anyway. Yeah, futuristic armor and demonic assaults. Would it be giving too much away to tell me what genre this is in? I'm not asking the question of what genre it's in. I'm asking how significant would it be to tell me what genre it is? Okay, surfboards are gonna be a gimmick around here. We got idols who are trying to kill me with their music. So I realized there's two very distinct different answers that are coming to mind with futuristic suit and demons. And genre will make a very big telling point between my ideas here. Problem is, it's yet again the classic release date only means so much to me situation. But 93 at least tells me what system it's probably on. Like, for example, it's... I think it would be... Yeah, no, that tells me everything I needed to know anyway. did you by chance reach back and go to one of the old Shin Megami Tensei games? Okay, because that would have been one big one for why genre would be a huge hint, because if you said RPG, that would immediately have given that game away. Like 100% that would have been exactly that. Okay, so that rules out an easy one. And it's entirely possible this might even be a game from '93 that I didn't even hear of, too. That there is always an option there for that to be true. 93. Yeah, there were some surprising things that I've not noticed. So, you might be shocked to find out it may in fact be something I don't know. That is both very telling and completely meaningless. Something you may want to remember is biggest game is not actually a real concept, if you think about it. It's just because something may be like exceptionally popular or very well known does not mean everyone has experienced it or dealt with it. And remember, my specialty is shit nobody knows about, so things that are actually really well known is the opposite for me. That's why I'm just saying that's not actually the biggest thing. Oh! Yeah, you know what? That immediately gives that one away. That's Doom then. I forgot Doom was 93. For some reason, my brain was telling me Doom was earlier than that. And that's where that one was going awry. What disappoints me is Doom was one of the things I was considering, but I had ruled it out, like I said, because of the fact that I thought Doom was earlier, not later. Yeah, exactly. No, that makes perfect sense. The problem was every game matching that description I was thinking of matched a different genre. So it's like, shit, what do I do with this information? Okay, thanks game. Thanks for just not doing the wall jump for some reason. Just fell off the wall instead of wall jumping. There's no proof, but I did definitely hit the input to wall jump there, since all it is press jump while still attached to the wall. As demonstrated there. I don't know if it was necessarily the first, but it was one of the most notable early ones. Whether it was guaranteed absolutely first one ever created or not. Like, I would say it's reasonably safe to say it was the first commercially successful one. But I don't know if it's the first one created, period. So I feel like there was some negotiation on that as to whether it was or not. Okay, the fireworks do damage. I assumed they did, but I hadn't encountered actual contact with them yet, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, exactly. I was pretty confident that Wolfenstein had come out before it, but I also wasn't sure if there was anything else that predated both of them. Because you never know what experimental thing somebody's gonna be like, hey, we found this in an old garage computer somewhere. Or this is technically the first FPS ever made. But that's why I went with the description of earliest commercially successful and well-known. Because while people do still remember Wolfenstein, people are much more familiar with things like Return to Wolfenstein rather than the original Wolfenstein, I would say. Or at least anyone I've had contact with has been more familiar with any of the later ones, more or less. Yeah, the original Doom has held on information-wise better. That one's negotiable. I don't know if I can say anymore that the original Doom is more popular than its later entries, but people still have a good amount of respect for the original compared to other originals. The thing with Doom is it still holds up. Does it have limitations? Yeah, but it holds up. I had assumed that those shopkeepers were indestructible. Considering their placement and such, I assumed they were just a stage hazard more than an enemy, so I just kind of ignored them. Okay, curiosity is too strong here. How do I get to that? I can't drop down through the floor. Fair. And personally, I wasn't super into the newest entries for Doom. They were fine, but they just really didn't do anything for me. I mean, maybe I'm not meant to be able to actually reach that. Maybe I'm meant to open it without getting to it and then just magnetize what's in it to me. It's possible. So I don't see any physical way to get to that. You would think it would be... Well, maybe it's just... Okay, no. It's just the spin couldn't fit in there. That's why that didn't work. Okay. I had to absolutely use Leaf to get in there. There were no other options. That depends on which game you mean at this point. No, I think you've just been in a box for the past God knows how long. This game I think is like 16 USD, something like that for us. Yeah, 17. It's a very odd price. I had grabbed it on its launch discount is why I couldn't remember exactly how much. Like I said, USD. Dollars. Okay, this stage is probably going to have a lot of these registers in it, judging from the screen. Every now and then that works out that way. Okay, you can definitely tell which ones of those are going to jump out at you because it's the same models every time. There we go. Nice and easy. Okay, side door. Nice. I was wondering what that was gonna do. Get a load of that guy. So can't I just... Yeah, I can just jump up there and ignore this entire gimmick bit here. God, this is too real. Just get in the box. We're taking you to see the rest of your family, and don't talk to me anymore. Weird key man who wants to complain. I gotta tell you, I dealt with that so much when I was working in a grocery store, and I am just very opposed to anyone who will sit there and complain like that. Doesn't matter what their reason for complaining is anymore. You eventually just hear all of it, and none of it really matters at all. Yeah, I had a feeling they were gonna break the glass and try to murder me there. Okay, onwards. I'm assuming this is gonna extend the ladder. Yep. I really should have bought more healing. Well, this is gonna get bad. Yep, had a feeling. Look at him go. You keep running. Why do your groceries explode, sir? Well, I saw them jump out the window, but there was no time for me to react to that any further. Okay, that's fine. We'll just pick up the pace a little bit. This way, when they jump out the windows, we have a better response to them. This is not the one I wanted either. There we go. Actually, wait, no. This is perfect, because we just do that. Just hit them through the floor, don't even have to spend any MP, and we can outrun the conveyor belts this way anyway. So it all works out according to plan. There we go. Strategy. Okay, now we found a kind of strange game controller. With the control stick sticking out a little concerningly far. I assume it was probably trying to be like a console game controller and an arcade stick at the same time. And that was part of the joke. I am aware of Stellaris. I have played it. Didn't especially care for it myself, but you know, it does the job well enough for what it is. Oh god, is this Willow's resume? Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't really know if it works if you hand somebody a resume and they run off to use that resume. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. But you know what? It got them out of here, so I guess it worked. You are the worst. I'm glad your employee left. Good luck. Okay, so it's gonna be a lot more of the shopping cart guys and the Amazon drones. Getting real tired of people throwing shopping carts at me, though. Went through that at enough in retail, too. And yes, that is a thing that happened. It's a long story, and I'm not getting into that one. It's definitely high on the list of things that never should have happened, but here we are. Yep, even with that, couldn't outrun the drop there. I kind of figured, but I was hoping. Yep, you're not my problem. This guy is, but he's not really a problem. He's just an inconvenience. Useful? Not useful. Just gonna show up again, yeah. Sir, how many shopping carts do you have up there? Yes, fall to your death. Well deserved. Uh-huh. Figured there'd be an actual door there. There's not many other reasons why they'd have just a random crate that's destructible around. It would either be hiding a door, hiding treasure, or hiding a plant like that one was that we just hit a moment ago. Like, there's just certain game design beats you can always expect to find. Ah, the last one's behind him. Okay. I was hoping to hit it without having to go over there. There we go. And there's no exit on this end, so I gotta just go back. You really just went and did that, huh? You just put a guy right at the door just to upset me. Anyway. I was expecting this stage to keep going a little longer. We have an instrument now. We can probably get our health extension by bringing this violin to the one who wanted an instrument. I mean, sure, it's not the same as a saxophone, but it's still an instrument. Would this by chance be related to the last one? Na-na-na-na. I just get a feeling when I read that description that it has a lot in common with the last one. Well, yeah, I know they're not the same game. There would be certain hallmarks that would have given away that it was the same one. Just the gut instinct I get looking at that is that there's a strong similarity there. And I can't entirely put my finger on why. Well, yeah, I assumed it wasn't just Doom Eternal after Doom, since you had already said that you weren't that interested or familiar, based on the way you said it, with the later Dooms, so... The wielding advanced weaponry and being a lone warrior against grotesque abominations brings me towards a few things. And this is gonna probably give some of it... Oh, I don't know if this is too good a hint again or not, but is it the same genre? Let's see if that's too big a hint or not. The yes or no, is it the same genre? Actually, no, the first thing that popped into my mind probably isn't right, because I don't think they would really count those as grotesque abominations, really. Nor were those landscapes that surreal, despite the fact that the N64 made them look pretty surreal. So no, I don't think that's right. No, that wouldn't be on the right line. No. No. It is the same genre, though, so I was right in having the gut instinct feeling that it was another first-person shooter. Okay. That helps. That helps. Here's the thing. Reading that, my gut instinct for some reason took me to Turok, but I know that's not true because I don't think the things in any of the Turok games would really be described as abominations rather than at least being reptilian as described instead of abominations. So I don't think that that's true. And again, it's not that surreal. Like, it's the surreal part my brain's sticking on, and I'm trying to think of what they would really be considering that. Again, release dates are only so helpful. That helps me narrow what likely systems it's on, and that's about the extent of that. Though with it being 96, I feel like you've given me another PC game. Like my gut's telling me PC for that. But I feel like that's not true. Or at least not entirely true. It might be a game that's on multiple systems. '96. Oh, it was on the Saturn and the N64. Okay, that's actually very significant. That's very significant. God, what is that? Wait. This isn't Daikatana, is it? I feel like that's not the right time, but... Okay, it's not Daikatana. I didn't think so, but something felt right about that, but I didn't think it was correct. Like, some layer of that lines up, but not the whole thing. I feel like I know what this is, and I'm just not placing it. Is it being on the N64 and the Saturn is a real serious deal there. Especially if it also made it to PC. What is that game? You didn't mention the PlayStation, so it's not Power Slave or Exhumed, which I don't think either of those made it to the N64 either, so it's not... That's not correct. And that also would have a different description to it. What is this? Speaking of what is this, why have I found a baby? I'm also just not gonna comment on the chin that that baby had. That's all I'm gonna say on that matter, and we're gonna move right along. What was on PC and 64 and Saturn? What made it to all three platforms? It was also a first-person shooter. And it started on PC. Came out in '96. And it got ported to the Saturn before the N64. That's helpful and not, as we've discussed numerous times before. But it being an Eldritch domain... I don't think it's Strafe. No, Strafe's the later one, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, if it's the same genre and it's as famous as Doom... No, because Accent and Heretic didn't really have advanced weapons, so it's not that either. I don't think. God, what is that called? So I don't think any of the Blood games made it to that many systems. I don't think it's that either. Of course, it doesn't help that first-person shooters probably my third worst genre for knowledge, behind sports games and... Now, what would even be my other worst genre for absolute knowledge in? I can't even say RPGs anymore because I've actually looked up a lot of them in the past few years now. I haven't played as many, but I've looked up a lot of them. Maybe it's moved to second worst now. Doesn't matter. Can you give me anything else on this without giving it away? Because I know it's a first-person shooter. You gave me that. It came out in 1996. You're saying it's as famous as Doom, and it's been out on the Saturn, the N64, and on computers. These are all very significant pieces of information, but it's just not coming to me. Like, saying it's as famous as Doom is, as we discussed before, partially meaningless. Is the fame of something varies from group to group. As much as just me specifically not having a metric that's particularly accurate for how well known something is. I've already gone through most of the well-known FPSs of that vague era that came to my mind, and I'm sure I'm missing one. I'm sure I'm missing multiple. I just am having trouble coming up with one that would have made it to the Saturn is the biggest issue, really. The Saturn's the weird point on that. So, I'm gonna throw a left field one out there, but I feel like this was earlier than 96. It's not Chex Quest, right? You're not fucking with me and giving a more serious description for Chex Quest than would be the correct answer? Okay. Because I could absolutely see that applying, and that was the funny thing. That's why I'm like, you know, just in case, I'm gonna do a fuckery check here, because that would have been really funny. Or is that a no of that is the answer? Okay. Because you've known like that when I got it right when you didn't think I was going to before, too. So I was making sure. Oh! Oh, actually, yes, that helps a lot. Because didn't it make Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth? And that is that. Is that a what of me being... Oh wait, no, it didn't make that, did they? Am I remembering wrong? I'm probably remembering wrong who made Dark Corners of the Earth. It plays so similarly that I felt like that was right for a second. Hang on, now I need to check. Who made that? No, that was Head First. Okay. Right, it was published, but yeah, okay, never mind. Ignore me. No, I jumped on a different line of thought. What is the thing is, everything else about that just about lines up, but it wasn't id that made that. It just feels like an id Software game. And that's why my brain went the wrong way. I feel like I'm just like right next to it. But I'm not quite there. What were the other things it made? I mean, some of the later Wolfensteins kind of pivoted a little supernatural, but I don't know if I'd call those Lovecraftian. I don't think Return to Wolfenstein would have been 96, and I don't think 96 would quite be right for the other remake of reimagining of Wolfenstein before the most recent ones. Okay, you kind of made it a little too easy with that one. I did not realize Quake got a Saturn port. That's what killed me on that one. And I knew I was forgetting a very significant FPS series. I just could not place it. Because here's the thing. The only real exposure to Quake I've ever had was playing some of Quake 4 once upon a time. And I played Quake 2 very briefly. I should have remembered that all three of those were made by the same goddamn studio, though. But again, the Lovecraftian part, I think, is what actually killed me on that last hint, because I did not make that connection. That connection didn't line up for me. But again, I only have minimal passing knowledge of Quake, so that would probably be why that doesn't make any sense to me. The fully 3D, he should have given that away because Quake was one of the earliest with a significant 3D environment. But again, minimal exposure to Quake didn't really mean anything to me. That happened to land like right in between times I was on any of the things it was on. You're looking at it. Give me a platformer or a Metroidvania, I can probably tell you what it is right off the top. That's all it is. I wouldn't call this a Metroidvania, it's more just your classic 2D platformer. Yeah, meanwhile, those are two different genres, but yes, those are the ones I would probably have the most immediate knowledge of. Because those are the genres I've spent the majority of my experience in. But that's also not really the point of that redeem, necessarily. That making it easy for me is not the point. The initial intention of that redeem was as much a matter of helping people remember what a game is. Like how yesterday when Reaper couldn't remember what game he remembered, but he could remember the description of it. And I was able to tell him off of that description what that game was. That was the original intention behind this. Than being a fun challenge now and then. So by all means, ask whatever you want, just don't be surprised if I can't get the answer. No, it still is that, just not for you. That's not the usage you've found for it, which is fine. Yeah, that remains the intent. How it gets used is always going to be whatever everyone who touches it decides it is. Why is there a weird key clone of me? Yeah, no, it's going down a lot there, buddy. Yeah, let's just get you out of here before you have to jump out a window. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is it's just meant to be a thing that's there, and we get to have a good time with it. Actually, you are probably my best shot for getting across this cleanly. Alright. Sounds good. Actually, remember to turn the bot back on this time. Speaking of remembering to turn things back on, apparently during the Lethal Company session, I just found out when I double-checked the VOD today, OBS apparently didn't bring the screen back even though I reselected it, so like half that Lethal Company VOD is just a black screen. Apparently nobody thought it was a great idea to tell me that that was a black screen for over an hour, so that's great. I'm gonna have to see if there's anything I can do to fix that, which there probably isn't going to be, short of splicing somebody else's perspective in place of that, and really, at that point, I don't know how well that would work anyway, because it would either be I rip the audio track, put that perspective in its place, and re-overlay my audio track over it, or just straight up splice their section in there entirely. It's all bad around that situation, is what I'm saying. Okay, this appears to be the end of World 4 here. Are we doing on healing items? We have none. Wasn't it the hotel where we found the 2-point healing items that give us a power boost? I think it was here. I think it was the food place in here that had that. Just run back through the cosplay convention for a moment. Run all the way back into the dealer's room. Realistically, I should have swapped so that I had higher speed, but it really doesn't matter. Oh yeah, it's that one. No, useless. What? Oh my god, no. Okay, it's you that had the snacks. I can also afford the sword, actually, while we're here. Even though I bought 3 of those, I still have enough for the sword. And now I don't think we have to come back here. Oh, him saying master reminds me something, though. There was that frog sage that would let us master our techniques. And he needed 500. I might have been better off doing that instead of buying as many snacks if I was also going to get the sword. How does the sword work? That's not really how I expected that to work, but you know what? It's better than I expected it to be. I'll give it that. I was expecting, if I'm honest, for it to be a complete garbage weapon because of the fact that it was going to be overpriced overpriced convention junk. I was trying to say overpriced con junk, and for some reason my words just would not achieve that at all. Like, just for some reason the letters decided they wanted to be friends and be all in different places. Anyway, let's go fight a boss before my brain falls apart any further about that. Oh, this is great. See, this mayor is completely trustworthy, isn't he? Wait, you had somebody break into somebody's apartment to get money and they failed to take the money? Are you sure you really should be hiring this person? I feel like you should find someone else to do the job for you. I feel like I dealt with this bot already before. Boy. Okay. I was giving a quick check to a couple things after something I saw pop up on Discord. Of course they're not going to get promoted if they've failed to do their job properly. You really should hire some higher quality lackeys. Depending on how much you're paying, I might be interested. Suspicious is an understatement. Way to go. Great disguise. Pedal, please. It's almost like we just saw a sign on our way in here that probably told us this was the mayor's office. Then why are you sitting at his desk? Ah, of course. So what I'm hearing is you're both, then. You know what? That is actually the most believable thing you've said so far, I think. That his security is terrible and just let any old riffraff in. You know, somehow I shouldn't be surprised that I'm fighting a giant robot in an area like this, huh? Rather than fighting the man himself. I kind of expected him to get in the robot, and that was gonna be the whole fight. Is him in a giant mech suit. Okay, the swords are actually kind of useful, because as long as it's in the target, it continues to deal damage. I'm out of MP now, huh? This thing's not that big a threat so far. I suspect it's about to do something that'll make it much more threatening. Okay, it's pretending to be a basketball. Good for it. Now that I know what most of the moveset is, I feel safe meleeing him. Okay. Could you kindly not run away far enough that I can't hit you anymore? Ah. Okay, game, sure. You win by virtue of not letting me pause to heal. Appreciate that. That's completely fair. Because I was literally mashing start while I was standing there flashing, which we have been in hit stun state before and been able to pause, but that time it just didn't pause. So I feel like I kind of got ripped off on that one. Okay. I think I need to change tactics, though. Because he keeps just barely outranging us. Oh, I think I see part of my movement problem. The conveyor belt ate my jump input when I stepped into the very edge of it here. That's why I didn't jump a second ago. Oh, and he has iframes when he's deploying those things. Okay. This fucking coward. Just hiding in his iframes. Because I can't hurt it when it's bouncing around either. Oh, no, I can. It's just really hard to hit. There we go. That should have been a win the first time, but we got robbed on our heel. Oh no, the fake mustache fell off. Yeah, really no subtlety there. Well, how else is he going to compel them to continue to vote for him? If he continues to make his platform fighting crime, if all crime stops, he no longer has a platform. And he also makes money hand over fist if he's simultaneously controlling law and crime. Yeah, pretty much. See, and that's kind of what I figured was gonna happen, is that this bit was gonna come out where he was put in place by the angels to keep things in check. And maybe he's a little out of control, but he's following his directive. So this is a neat actual point to make, is Stucky had nothing to do with Zankylos. We had no reason to be fighting him other than he was in our way and he's evil. And he's making a really good point right now. So is he really the bad guy? I mean, we kind of decided his fate already, so... Well, yeah. Oh, that's right. Leaf is the only one who saw him firsthand out of this whole group, isn't he? Yeah. See, that's exactly what I'm saying, Petal. Is he, though? Yeah, this world of evil hidden behind the scenes won't continue to exist. Yeah, are we sure we're not fighting for the wrong side the entire time here? I feel like Willow might be the bad guy. Correct. That is exactly what Petal's implying, considering he was running around stuffing random people he didn't like in boxes. Are we sure that he wasn't about to go up for judgment and then he jammed the judge in a box to try to avoid his final judgment? It also may have been oh god, you know what I just realized? What if that was a play for immortality? You know, you stick the final judge in eternal purgatory. How are you ever going to... You know, if you can't go up for your final judgment, which I'm presuming, since all life goes through that at some point, the process would then jam up without that being there. Ooh. That's a concerning thought process to follow. Yeah, you know, this is still a whole thing to unpack. Convenient that there just happened to be a box underneath there. Oh, yay. A sandcastle. So you're telling me that the mayor stepped on somebody's sandcastle and hid it under his desk? Good job. You destroyed the evidence. Here's the thing. The Stone of Power probably does exist. Did it belong to Willow in the first place? Probably not. Should it ever belong to Willow? Probably not. Well, that works. You know, I gotta wonder, how is he finding us so easily? He seems to just conveniently keep showing up where we need him to be every time. Like, right where we need him to be when we need him to be there, without any kind of summons or anything. You know, that explains a lot about you, Thorn, if you came from a place called the Dreadlands. That's fair. Yeah, that's actually a good question, considering she just threw the word decades out. What? That doesn't surprise me. You know, that's actually a pretty fair point. The average treasure hunter is somebody who is going out either to get away from something or is in need of the riches for one purpose and another in a lot of plots. Or they're in need of some excitement in their life because they already had a lot, but it's still a crisis of some variety that tends to lead someone to a life of adventure or treasure hunting. Sometimes it's greed. Decent amount of the time it's greed. You know, Petal, you're not really doing your statement any favors when you phrase it that way, when you say that it's exciting to find something worth lots of money. You could have just said if it was something exciting or unique or any number of things that are not monetary value to kind of hide that a little better. Okay, see, you made it better with that second part. On your right, you'll see evil incarnate. On your left, you'll see squalor and sadness. Good news, we're arriving in the Dreadlands. You know, I wasn't expecting to not be far off with how this place looked. I'm seeing a lot of prehistoric vibes here, including some apocalypse vibes too. Because it looks like some cave housing over on the right, but there's also like a stone box, like over there on the far right. But there's also a fence over there. I don't know what to do with this information. Oh good, the skeleton walker things explode into bones. And those platforms fall. Great. I love it here already. This is going to be my favorite place. And if no one can detect the sheer amount of sarcasm here, I don't know what to do for you. It seems only right to be using Thorn here, considering this is her home territory. So it kind of fits that she lived around here with her kind of like skull cap thing she's got going on. Ah, that's what the bit there was supposed to be! I should have assumed that that platform was gonna fall, but my gut was that it was a more complicated bit of platforming than it actually was. Also, I have to wonder, who else can see just like the entire pathing through a portion like this the second you look at it? Like, not so much just, oh, by my muscle memory, I can just pass through these immediately. Like, I straight up can visualize the path that I'm supposed to be taking through most screens in this game so far, just at a glance. Not even that these are particularly complicated, mind you. But it's just something I've noticed, that my eyes narrow down onto the paths and cut out, like, for example, the entire interior of this block, unless I'm actively looking around, becomes nothing to me. Because I acknowledge that there's nothing inside this block I'm standing on, so it's completely irrelevant. So my mind just filters that out instantly at this point. This entire area underneath this door, since there's nothing indicating that there would be something inside it, all of it's nothingness to me. It's all meaningless. Like, I see that there's bones in here, for example, and then as soon as I've scanned the fact that there's neat visuals to that, I just move on immediately. It's just gone. I'm focusing purely on the open space between the blocks. and because I'm looking at the spacing between the blocks, that's where I immediately read the pathing from. It's like, okay, I haven't even processed that the enemies exist in that first glance yet, but even without acknowledging where they are, I can make reasonable guesses as to where they're going to be based on the way the area is laid out. So even without having really seen them yet, I can more often than not know they're going to be where they usually end up being. Which is why I usually just kind of fly forward, because, like, I don't need to see where I'm going. I already know what's more than likely going to be where and what's going to probably happen. I just then need to make adjustments from there. Now, if I have to pivot off of what my expectation is, I just do small adjustments to account for that. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but that's how I move at this point. Now, I feel like this plant is actually something somebody's supposed to have. Didn't somebody mention a plant? We were also told by the frog, actually, that there was somebody here in the first town that we hadn't spoken to. So I think we couldn't get there without double jump or something, and then we never went back here. I also want to see if any of the places we've seen are good enough for this guy while I'm thinking about it. Nope, nowhere's been fabulous enough for him yet. Oh, that's not how you get up there? And how? Interesting. It's like, that would have been the safe assumption, was to just jump up there. Since both sides of this are blocked off, you would think it would have been get there from above. So how do you get in there? Unless there's a hidden room inside one of the houses that gets up there. Which I guess would be the only other remaining option, huh? Somewhere connected to, like, this place. I don't know how I didn't notice this before. Probably because I didn't really look in this room that much, because it was like, oh yeah, shopkeeper. Okay. Hang on. Stealing money, then I'll come back to you. Because we were told we need to talk to this guy at some point. Yeah, he's the one who wants that poster we could buy. I wasn't sure if he was gonna want the poster or the... Yeah, because we already gave you the air purifier. It was either gonna be the poster or the thingy. The ninja suit. Do you want a ninja suit? No, you're just still talking about the chess piece. Oh! He's actually reacting to the different character. That's actually kind of neat. I didn't even process that. Interesting. Like, it seems like they just have a reaction to anyone that isn't Leaf or Petal, and then a Leaf or Petal reaction, basically. So that's neat. I hadn't even thought about that. That's a good detail. You're still saying the same thing, though. Yeah, and you still have the exact same shop you had before. Okay, so coming back here got us a little bit of money, but was otherwise still completely pointless. It's been a long time since we've checked in here, so let's see if we can get something else from Mother Stock, since we have picked up a fair few of the kids. Because I think we went through like 2 full worlds before we checked down this last. Yep, there it goes again. So what's this do? Call upon this newborn P-Man's power to aid in battle. Oh, so it's a new magic weapon. Okay. Oh, wow. That appears to be like a really wide AoE or a screen clear, one of the two. It's expensive, though. Either way, potentially really useful, so I'm kind of glad I came back for that. I don't think there's anything for either of you two here. Like, I know I can make money by running the cows. Nope, he didn't have anything he wanted. I'm just quickly checking in at every town and every place to make sure there's nothing we're missing. Yeah, even though she's upset, she has nothing we can help her with. He's still doing the same thing and failing. Yeah, you're still trying to sell me things because that's your job. You're still talking about the sacred slabs, which we do know about already. His statement about pure chaos back home being an orange feels like something important. And I'm assuming he's from the Dreadlands based on the fact that we haven't gotten a reaction from any of the other worlds we went to. And the fact that, well, he is a dinosaur and the Dreadlands is the likely home of dinosaurs based on the way that place is designed. Still useless. I assume you're still being creepy and useless back here too. Yep, okay. I wonder if we have a new quiz to do or something. Okay, it's gotta be way later, probably like a post-game thing. I don't have any new slabs for you. You're probably still freaking out about your orb, but I'll ask anyway. Yep, still just as useless as you were before. And I'm assuming you're still happy that you have your clock and nothing else. Yep, okay. So this place is pretty much useless until way later than when we can do the new quiz, it seems. I couldn't remember if any of them had wanted anything. Even though it's only been a day, I already forgot what anybody was talking about wanting. Like, I know we fulfilled what this guy wanted already. And I know he buys things. This is where we got Paula from, so there's no point going in there. So yeah, we're done here. As done as we get. Maybe somebody here wanted something? Because I know we gave the video camera to that one mother so she could video cam her kid doing kid things. I don't remember if anybody else here wanted anything. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping a positive thing would happen. But I suppose I should have expected, considering he wasn't planning on staying, that wasn't going to lead to anything too positive. You just sell things. Yeah. The seagulls seem useless. You have an infuriating fishing game. And you tell me things that don't matter. Okay, so this town is officially completely useless to us now as well, then. I hadn't, like, 100% marked that off in my head because there were still bits of text that weren't accounted for in my mind. That said, I just had a realization, actually. There's a possibility, thinking about it, where we get another character in the Dreadlands and that's going to trigger a new dialogue with the dinosaur in the bar. Where do I grab the crab boy from there? I don't think there's anybody in here that we had any real use for, but I'm gonna check just because we're already here. I already heard about your story. Is there anything useful to buy here? Wait, was this where the other... Yeah, this was where the other bag was, and there's also power pellets. Okay. Keep that in mind. Go back to Atlantis at some point. Because that's obviously what this place more or less is. It may be based on something more significant than that, but good enough for me for now, idea-wise. Yeah, and I don't have a pet for them still. His houseplant would have been a possibility, but they're underwater, so a houseplant wouldn't survive. They need a fish or something. Wait. Oh, they actually count... That's actually a different number depending on how long you were away before you talked to them. Huh. That's neat. Okay, yeah, you've got your weird fantasy land in your head. Okay, so this town is useless until I find a pet of some kind. Or I get another 100 gems in order to buy that extra bag, plus another 600 to get the other thing. You needed 500 for me to master my techniques. So you're useless for now. Pretty much the reason why I'm doing this right now is my intent is basically every time we finish a world, I'll pop back here to each of the maps and go like, hey, is there anything I can do for any of these people? No? Okay, moving right along then. Why is there an unaccounted for spot here somewhere? Was there a map on one of these? Welcome back, ABC. No, there's no unaccounted for maps. So there must be something relating to the Stell then that opens up another map or something. Weird. Which we haven't found another slab, so the Stell's useless to us. And we recently ran through most of these places. So I'm not gonna go back through all of them right now. I'm just gonna quickly check through the downtown shopping district in case we picked up anything in the latter half of that world for any of the people in here. Though I don't remember most of them actually wanting anything. Most of them just wanted to be upset with their continued existence. What were you selling again? Oh yeah, you wanted a record, which we still don't have. I feel like we're supposed to get a record from that jukebox, but I can't. We already gave you paint to paint that. You're just being welcoming and good. You wanted to be given money. You don't have any purpose. You're the one that was selling things around here. Okay. Yeah, this is nothing I need at the moment. Actually, do I have an open healing space? I do. You know what, for the fun of it, give me one of the mystery potions. In fact, give me 2. I'm grabbing 2 in case they actually do random things. I want to see if two different ones do different things, or if I can actually mark down what the mystery potion does for future reference for myself. Is if they do something useful and they're only 50, that could actually work out really well for us. The fact that Two-Chambered Stomach is an orange tells me there must be something I can do to help this situation out. Like, everything that's in orange, or really a different color text at all, seems to usually correspond to something that has that same colored text. But unfortunately, we don't have any of such things currently that match any of the people here. I am curious at this point. How much money would we get if we sold all of the odds and ends we picked up that supposedly have no purpose? Where's the nearest buyer? You're the nearest buyer. I'm not going to sell these probably. I just want to see how much money I could have, and that will tell me things. Okay, that's actually significant. That tells me a lot, because they only want things from their area. So it's more likely that it is actually things that only they want. And if they're gonna give me 2,000, I am a little more tempted. Just to double check, because if I go back to this guy, I think he's only gonna list things from that first world. They don't, like, buy all of the items. Yeah, because he's mentioning all the stuff we found in this stage. In this world, rather. And it's only 600. Huh. There's a couple options for what you are describing there. This is obviously a game with a stage builder of its own. Like, the first easy guess would be something like Mario Maker. Either one or two. It could be either of those. Especially when the specific word builder is used. What I was saying is the likely candidate for what you're saying there is Mario Maker. But I was trying to decide if you were going more complicated than that. Well, yeah, there's only so many games of that type that allow you a stage creator. Especially one that people would actually know. And then the specific word builder came up. Which, there's a very funny thing to that, though. There's a very funny thing to that, in that I've actually only very barely ever played Mario Maker. Because I did not care for the way the average person in that community designed their stages, because usually they're designed with a similar logic to what a lot of people made Mario World ROM hacks to be, which is pain, suffering, and misery. Well, that's Luigi's Mansion. The only tricky part to that might be which one would that be. Because as soon as you say ghost, green-clad figure, and trapped friend, there's only one thing all three of those things could be combined. And it would have to be one of the 3 Luigi's Mansion games. The only way you'd get me on that one is which one, because I have not actually played all of them. I have in fact only played a little bit of the first Luigi's Mansion and a little bit of a demake of, I think it was the second one. But those are still incredibly well-known properties. Like, I would factor those as similar to Doom, that's things that everybody knows even if they don't play video games. But they are at least a little bit more in their subset. Like, Doom has the situation of being just older, so it's not in the immediate zeitgeist of everyone currently. Okay, I can't slide there, so that's not the answer. Yeah, Mario Maker is definitely more well-known than Luigi's Mansion. The only argument that could be made is I think Luigi's Mansion 3 came out after Mario Maker 2 did, so it would be more in people's minds. But that would be only for people that knew such things existed. Like, there's a lot of layering to that. Okay, that's why they had that enemy there, was to guide you under that ledge. I never touched Mario Maker 2. I only ever played a little bit of Mario Maker 1. So I realized very quickly that it wasn't going to be for me because of the way the community builds their maps. I would have to be entirely too particular about the maps go through. Drown? No, it doesn't seem like this game drowns in this game. If you're asking about real quicksand, it would be more suffocating. Because drowning requires it actually entering your lungs and you not being able to get air that way. Whereas suffocation is usually just not being able to get air in the first place. I disagree with not hitting that enemy there, but I guess his leg doesn't count as a hitbox. Okay, saved it. Everything's fine. That was a near disaster, but not actually a disaster. Which, on the note of Mario Maker, though, it's kind of a funny thing in some ways. Like, I have encountered a lot of people that, when they realize that my specialty is in platforming, make these assumptions that I would then enjoy awful things like the I wanna be the guy type games and things like that, which are purely built on player suffering and a lot of rote memorization of figuring out where all of the newbie traps are constantly, and it's just like, no, that's not what this genre has to be. Not at all. Not in the slightest. That is the extreme end of this genre, and that is, no. No. That is for the people that have committed way too much time. And that's also why I don't consider myself particularly a specialist in this genre necessarily, because I do other things, and I am not so deep in that that's the only way I can be challenged. As you know, I'm also just not that good to begin with. Like, just to put it honestly. Like, the only real advantage I have is I'm far enough along with having played enough variety that I am capable of getting through most things. But compared to the people that are actually good, it is child's play, what I do. Well, what is it that you cannot tell the difference between? Because there's a lot of different answers there. If you mean between somebody who does variety like myself and somebody who specializes, it's mostly just gonna be a matter of watching how they move and how confident they are in how they move. You can tell somebody who's dedicated to something. You're gonna have to say what it is then, rather than saying that or not that, ABC, because I've said a lot of things in the past couple minutes. Well, that, I suppose, ends up being a matter of perspective. It's like, I don't see myself as being particularly good because I have a basis of comparison that demonstrates something higher than what I can do. If you have not seen someone do better than what I'm doing, then obviously it would appear that I'm good at it. But, like, a lot of content I started out watching, especially, like, in the YouTube and such veins, were people playing significantly harder things than this and getting through it. And then when I tried to do it, I couldn't. That's where the basis of comparison for me comes in between an expert in that style of game versus what I can do. Like, very specifically, the I Wanna Be the Guy era of YouTube was one of the main times I was watching content on YouTube at first. So I really absorbed a lot of that. I mean, I could see this creature in front of me being scary depending on who they're dealing with, but I have a sword I can just ram through your chest, and that kind of changed the scale a little bit. I mean, you do look a little goofy, I'll grant you that. Okay, so they need something to make them look scarier. don't have anything that makes them look scarier right now. And like, I can't give a specific comparison for this game in particular because I've not seen anyone else play this yet. Because this is a pretty unknown thing. Alright. But that's what I'm getting at, though, is the base idea of I have seen beyond my abilities, and I understand what my limitations are, but those who are only seeing me do things that I'm reasonably capable at may get a inaccurate judgment of what I'm capable of. And of course, there's always the psychological thing of, well, I'm going to always sell what I can do short. So what I'm actually capable of is between what people think I am capable of and what I think I'm capable of. That will always be where the truth usually lies. But like, I would say it's purely experience that allows me to like read the angles on some of these attacks just right at a glance. Because I can tell what this is supposed to be acting like, and that's what gives me the answers I need. Yeah, you go do what you gotta do, ABC. I'm just continuing that speech for the rest of those that are listening, so that the thought gets finished. It's always an interesting thing to think about because everyone's experience is different, which is another one of those layers to what makes this whole content creation thing as interesting as it is it gives people access to seeing something to completion that might be beyond what they can do, short of spending a long time practicing it. This is all going wrong because I misjudged where I was stepping, so I stepped off that ledge that time, for example. And that's what makes me happier with games like this compared to some other types of games as well, is because almost every time I've died in this game, I can tell you at a glance immediately what I did wrong to make it happen. Because I can guarantee 90% of the time I made a mistake. There's no obfuscation, no mechanics that are hidden enough that you can't tell that that's why something happened. It's just me, my controls, and whatever they decide to throw at me. But they are consistent most of the time about following their own rules. And it's easier to consistently follow your own rules in game design when your game design is relatively simple. The more complicated your game design gets, the harder it becomes to first make sure your player understands every dynamic at play, and make sure all of those dynamics actually consistently remain within the rules you have set down for your game. God damn it, I keep clicking one too many times and ending up going back in stages. We didn't have that problem yesterday. I just am mashing too hard today. Oh, another frog. How much do you cost? Well, let's see. We said knowledge to the last one and ended up learning something I didn't really need or want to know. So let's try power this time. You can raise my attack power for 500. Yes, please. And that sure was a sentence he uttered, and that's about all I'm going to acknowledge of that. Thorn's standard attack power is increased. Does that only apply to Thorn, though? Yeah, apparently it does. Hang on, if I switch... Yeah, it's gone. Oh, yikes. Yikes. It's a good thing I use Thorn a lot. Because if that only applies to the character that the money's spent on, That's not great. But there's a reason why I'm questioning that, and that is the fact that this is Thorn's home area. It's entirely possible that it was only going to be an upgrade for Thorn no matter who you had selected at the time. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to him after we get some money, and we're gonna test that to see if I can even use the power option again, and if it'll give the power up to whoever I have selected at the time, or if it'll only give it to a specific person. But I definitely have more reason to continue using Thorn primarily for now. Though it doesn't seem like it's that much of a power-up, honestly. These things seem to be dying in the same amount of hits they were before, but it may be a more significant difference once she's at full power, for example. Ah, those do damage now instead of just being pushing geysers. I should have guessed based on the fact that the water was red. But I was like, oh, maybe it's just a color or palette. You know, this is gonna be a hell of a pull. But this stage design combined with the dinosaurs with guns really just makes me think of Dinosaurs for Hire. And that's a sentence that's probably gonna mean nothing to 90% of people. But you know what? Whoever that one other person is that understands what I'm talking about, good. That's all I have to say on the matter. Ah. I'm reliant on that platform unless I use somebody who jumps further. Alright, that's how that's gonna be then. And as much as the fact that only Thorn gets the power up does annoy me, it does make complete sense, as we discussed logically, and the fact that a lot of games of this time era that it's designed to be like also kind of did that kind of thing, so it all kind of fits. It was always a case of like, hey, be careful which character you had selected when you grabbed the upgrade, because only they're gonna get it, haha. What's that? You wanted everybody to have it? Well, that's a shame. Guess you should have thought of that before. Go, flying fish. This timing is upsetting. God damn it, my timing. There we go. The fish fly just slow enough that it's like, oh, you wanted that to hit? Well, you know, it could have, but why would it? That would be useful to you, and that's just not acceptable. We don't want things being useful. There we go. I will admit that I've lost my train of thought for at least one of the thoughts that were happening earlier, considering I did kind of wander like 3 different trains of thought in the past little bit here. I acknowledge that there were multiple trains of thought. What they were? Yeah, they were somewhere, something, somehow. I'm sure if somebody's that interested in any of those trains of thought, they'll bring it up again. Because they will probably be the only one who remembers what it was. And if it was completely forgotten, it's probably not that important. With the type of game we're playing, if it was related to the game, it'll probably come up again anyway. And there we go, another stage done while I rambled about whatever the hell I was on about. Yeah, you know, probably don't want to know what's on it, but I don't know if anybody's gonna want it. And that's really the important question. I did it again. So I'm just zoned out enough when I'm on the map screen that I keep not catching when it's done popping up prompts and such. So I end up clicking just that one more time that ends up bringing me back into the stage again. Well, that works. As long as he didn't shoot me while I was trying to cross, that's all I really cared about. And there's another one of those incidents right there, where I end up not facing the direction I intended to be, and the direction I was facing, as far as I thought, the entire time until I went to attack. So I wonder if I'm just, like, gripping the controller just right, where it's interpreting that as an input, because it puts pressure on that section of the D-pad. Because that has happened to me before. Not with the D-pad specifically, but with other things on this controller. One of these days, I will have the presence of mind and the willingness to just buy a new controller. But every time I think of it, I look at the prices on a lot of controllers that I would want, and just, they're too damn expensive for what they do. Like, I really just don't feel convinced to pay like $60 for a controller when this one's still working. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like the controller market just in general has reached a point where it's just consistently too fucking expensive for its own good. Because you either overpay for something you're guaranteed will work, or you go lower and you have no idea if it's going to work. Is the end of the day, the main issue with going third party is just going to be compatibility. I had bought many a like $20 third party controller in my time, and a good like 90% of them are just not read as anything, so it becomes a nuisance to use them. Which at that point I may as well just use the slightly dodgy controller I'm already using, because it ends up being more or less the same. You're just trading one variety of slightly dodgy for another. And you might be saying, well, why don't you just get another one of the exact same type you have? Well, that leads to more or less the same problems. The last time I price checked a PS4 controller, it was like, I think the best I saw was 40 bucks. And that still just seems too damn high. Hey, to me. Again, on the basis of it's replacing something that is still working, but just getting slightly janky. Which, honestly, for the amount of use this controller has gotten, and how long I've had it, this thing is holding up remarkably well. The fact that it's only slightly janky. Because for those who have not heard me talk about this before, this is a PS4 controller that came with a used PS4 I had bought back when PS4s were still relatively new. So this controller's been around the block for a while, and it survived a move as well. So it's been through it, but it's still 90% works. Like, the worst it does is occasional, and I do mean very occasional, double inputs on X and a little bit of weirdness with the D-pad occasionally. Like, it even managed to maintain a wired connection well, which is usually the failing point with something that's wired and wireless altogether. And this controller really only still sees use by virtue of the fact that this is the design that is the most comfortable in my hands, for me specifically, and the buttons don't make too much noise. Because I personally hate loud buttons. But I'm also a very mashy player, so loud buttons mean I'm just hearing constantly as my fingers are flying around the buttons. Like, y'all are probably hearing a decent amount of clacking from this, but part of that is just the fact that no matter how I set my noise gating, I cannot get rid of the sound of the controller, even though the controller's not that loud. It just happens to have to be just close enough to the microphone because it's attached to me that I've never managed to quite get it gated out completely. That is something I have tried to do. I have just not yet been successful. Okay, so that's the bit here. Is we have to use these sand waterfalls to maneuver. Which means we move very slow. But we have a lot of vertical control that we normally don't have. I swear, I cannot hang on to a power-up today at all. Not that we were doing great at that in World 4 yesterday, either. Okay, I also can't slide when I'm inside one of those waterfalls, which is interesting. That's what I was trying to do right there, is get to the buttons, so that we could just pass through. Okay. We also have enough money to try that power-up thing again and see if it is actually something I can get multiple times and give to multiple people, or if it was actually Thorn specific. There's also that whole mastering techniques thing that came up. And I don't know if that's like he's gonna upgrade one of our magic weapons or what he's gonna do as far as that goes. In fact, I think I'm actually going to try that first, because I had said I was going to do that, and then we found the guy who would give me more power. Really? Come on, game. There we go. Because there's no way I'm going into that death trap. That's just a sucker's game right there. Expecting me to jump into a situation like that. Not the one I wanted to hit, but I'll take it. Of course I bumped into him, and that's how I died. I was trying so hard to avoid having to reset that. There we go. That's why I'd reached for the sword initially, but I realized I didn't have the MP to use it. Which actually, this is also a notable situation that lets you tell the difference between me and somebody who I would say is specialized in this type of game and is significantly better at it than I am. I'm getting hit all the time. I'm just making it through. Somebody who would be exceptionally good at this would be getting through this without getting hit. That's really where the main marker of difference, I think, would remain in a situation like this. That's the difference between good enough and really good. And that's not meant to be a, oh, I'm down on myself about this. This is just like, hey, this is the honest answer to the what's the difference question. Which if I were less forgiving of myself of making mistakes in these kind of games and sat down and took the time to perfect it, I almost certainly could. But that's just not what my methods are or where my interest lies. Which is why the primary types of these games I play aren't the ones where you can't make mistakes. You'll notice most games I spend most of my time playing are ones with health bars and things that are forgiving if you make mistakes. Within reason. Like, obviously I can't sit here and just eat shit constantly, or I'm going to actually have to make some progress again. Leaf, why wouldn't you turn around? Like, that hit was purely, I kept pressing right and Leaf would not turn around. He just refused to turn. Which, I did learn something when I was explaining this game when we raided out, which I hadn't actually checked and remembered. As far as I could tell, taking a quick look at the Steam page, this is actually this developer's first game, or at least the first thing they have on Steam with this current name. So that's a thing. It may not necessarily be their first game they ever made, but at the very least this is the first one on that platform. Yeah, sure, a discovery like that's how you become a server moderator. Yes, yes. Not really. I've already seen plenty of weird things. I don't need an alien. Oh, okay. I can bring this metal detector back to them and see how that plays out. Welcome back, ABC. We found a man who found supposed aliens buried in rocks here. Don't really think that's how that's gonna work, but you know what? He can handle things how he wishes to handle them. Apparently, he got these from the resort, which... Wait. Oh, we'd have to go back here and get the map from here in order to go to the resort. Because this is the only place we're missing a map at. How interested in doing that am I? It probably won't be too bad. We'll take a quick look. No. I never go out of my way to 100% games. My intent is just to get through it. I'm just doing the odds and ends that I find interesting or happen to be reasonable to do along the way, we're probably going to end up somewhere in the 80 or 90% range if I were to hazard a guess, because that's how it usually ends up playing out. The main reason I don't 100% things is they almost always involve doing something that's way longer and way more tedious than needed in order to get 100%. And I just can't be bothered. I have only ever 100%ed, I think, like 5 games in my entire time playing video games. And some of them were by accident, because the 100% on them was just really straightforward to do. Like, I think I 100%ed Shovel Knight the day it came out, without realizing I had done so, because the 100% for that was actually pretty straightforward for the original version of the game. After all the DLC and such has been added to it, that has, of course, since changed. But I think the very base release version, 100% wasn't too bad. Can you really consider that 100%ed? Considering that's a multiplayer game? I mean, I guess if you get, like, every achievement or something, maybe, but I don't know how that really works in that sense. Well, yeah. Which, from a logical perspective, means 100%ing it's not really that hard. It just takes time. It really depends on what some of those achievements require, though, because I have not looked at that list because I could not care less about Apex, honestly. That is 110% the type of game I have no interest in. More power to those that like it, but just, like, nah, not me, boss. I really can't. Okay, I can reach that. Let's see if this works. Nope, that's how I'm supposed to get there. I was gonna do some crazy long jump to get there, and just like, no, you don't have to. And this wasn't worth going over here for. I was hoping that that would have led me to something important. Instead, it almost led to history repeating itself. Because, like, the issue I ran into with Apex is, well, it's actually an issue of multiple parts. The game itself doesn't especially interest me, and I can't even say that I don't have people that would play it. So I definitely do, but one of the primary people I would play it with is at a much higher point in the game than I am. So I would always feel like I cannot contribute. And personally, that is a very big sticking point, especially in something competitive. I feel compelled to have the feeling that I am contributing in a meaningful manner. And at the point in the game that they're at, I would not be meaningfully contributing. 100%. And that kind of goes for most of the people I know decently well that play that, is they've all played it way more than I have, so are at a point that just would not make for a good experience for me, and it would then also drag the experience for them down by extension. It's also, as I already established, not especially my genre. Like, I'm not bad at shooters, but that just has that just right mix of speed and accuracy required generally, that I would have to sit there and take the time to get better at it, and I don't take that kind of time to do anything, really, so That just wouldn't work for me. How do I get onto this surfboard? Because I have to get onto this surfboard to get to that door. And that is almost certainly where the map is. I need to use this surfboard to get to that surfboard. There we go. That's all that was needed to accomplish this. That's fine. Bingo. As expected. Now, I don't know if I can save an exit from the map and keep what I picked up. But it's fine, because that was the end of the stage. Now, presumably we have to complete this stage, and then the resort will be behind this. And who knows what we'll learn when we get there. There may be multiple things we can actually accomplish by being there, considering we have a bunch of items unaccounted for still. And I've had this discussion with numerous people, but since the topic of Apex came up anyway, I'll throw this thought out there. I don't really understand how people can keep playing a competitive game where very little actually ever changes. Like, obviously people are going to make the argument of, well, no, it does actually change a lot, and on a certain level maybe it does, but I don't know if I ever agree with that. See, and I've heard that argument before too, that you get an adrenaline rush from that. And if that works for you, more power to you. That's just another one of the things that it doesn't mesh for me, because I don't get the same thing. And I think that's actually more a matter of I've been in the market too long, more than any specific game doesn't give me the adrenaline rush. It's just I've been doing that for too long. That rush has kind of been just burnt out. But it's always an interesting thing to question a little bit, because I just wonder what people's motivations are. Because that's just how my brain works. It's like, well, what makes you do what you do? Why do you like what you do? Well, that's not what I'm saying. That's... You're taking that in a different direction than what I was saying. I'm saying, take, for example... Take Apex. Now, as the game develops, sure, they've added different characters. But has that game, in any meaningful way, changed very often? Other than the addition of the different characters potentially changing some of the meta of the game. Has the game fundamentally changed very much throughout its lifespan? That's what I was saying when I say a game does not change. Because yes, you are completely right. If two games are in the same genre, you're going to run into a lot of similarity. See, and I'm the opposite on that. That's what I'm getting at. I would rather a game change, because once I've more or less solved what the game is, for lack of a better way of putting it, I'm not interested anymore, because there's nothing left for me to learn. At that point, it just becomes a game of continual improvement of execution. And improvement of execution is not the thing I enjoy. That's where the difference pulls from. I'm in it for the experience and the knowledge, not the execution. Whereas, I guess that's actually the final answer then. Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with why it is the way it is. I'm saying this is why some people like it and I do not. I understand completely that if they ruin what you've spent the time learning to do, you would be upset about it. Exactly. That was as much I'm realizing the logic in real time right now. Which some of that may be a case of me re-realizing, because I'm pretty sure I've had some of this thought before. Okay, I know where to take this. I know who the people he's talking about are. Are you swimming or drowning? I don't need to swim. For some reason, we don't need to breathe. So get a load of that lifeguard. He seems concerning. Oh, wait. I heard... He had a reaction when I dived. And it made the completion noise. Well, you would think if we are a leaf, wouldn't we float? Because that's what leaves do when they hit the water. They float. Instead, every one of us sinks like a stone. True. And welcome back, Microscopic. Hank, how you doing today? Well, this is an awkward elevator ride, isn't it? Still enjoying it so far, and we've actually gotten further than this. We actually finished this world. I just came back to clean up something I realized existed because something was mentioned about the resort here and I hadn't been there. So I looked around, saw that the map next to this one was the only place we hadn't found the hidden map in, went and grabbed the map, and came back around. Yeah, exactly. The metal detector clued me in. I mean, the only real feedback I have is, and I don't know if this is a game issue or a controller issue, but now and then, if I'm doing certain movements combined, usually something relating to jumping and shooting, I cannot turn around like I feel like I should. But I'm more inclined to think that's my controller acting up, not the game being an issue. But it may be something worth taking a look at if multiple people are saying the same thing. This is a PS4 controller, but it's also very old, which is why I'm like, you know, it might be the controller. And I've also had difficulty reproducing it, is why I'm inclined to think it's the controller. If I could reproduce it on site, I'd be like, yep, probably the game, but since I can't, it's probably the controller. Oh, I have what you need. Here, have this random ninja suit we found. It's also your color, so it's perfect. Ta-da! Oh yeah, side effects. Yeah. Oh, you know, we might want to have checked for possession and things like that when we were handing out ancient ninja suits, huh? Oh well. I'm sure this will work itself out. Oh! Well, that works out. Now we have a ninja. Okay. And I could definitely see a lot of people not ending up finding Umbra, considering Umbra's out here in the resort, which requires finding a map. You'd have to remember to come back here with the ninja suit, which I think you find after this stage. And based on the way you're saying testing and everything, am I to assume that you worked on this then? I didn't question that before. I feel like I probably should have. Nice. Thank you for the work you've done with this, because this was genuinely an incredible experience so far. You're welcome. I'm always happy to tell the truth about the experience I've been having with something. Okay, now we're going back down. Yeah, the sprite work for this has been very good. It's been very fluid. In a lot of ways, I didn't expect it to be, if I'm honest, because my initial impression when I first played this, and all I had, of course, was Leaf with just the basic capabilities, it felt a little stiff and slow, but as it's gone along, it's made itself much smoother and much better, which is a very good thing for this kind of game. You want your movement to evolve as you go. Absolutely. It makes perfect sense, because natural gameplay is much better for finding things than making people aware that somebody who's actually going to try to fix those things catches it. Yeah, it makes sense though, because it's a way to give you a kind of difficult start without it being overwhelmingly difficult. And even when you first get the gauntlets, Leaf already improves at that point. And I'd mentioned this before because I had taken a look. Am I right in thinking this is your first game together, or is this just the first thing you put on Steam? I am curious about that. Hey, the menus, saves, and UI are a massive part of this, because if it couldn't save, this would be a disaster. Well then, fantastic work to the three of you, because genuinely, as a first game, this is massive. I mean, if it's the resume we found and gave to somebody, that's probably way too much of a resume for a pizza shop. Power by 1 tier, 3 hearts, and 70. Yep. Once I have room, I will be buying that pizza, and we'll be coming back here whenever we need healing items until we find something that gives 4 hearts. Somehow I get the feeling he doesn't want to be just like you, Tony. Just a feeling. see if there's anything useful for us to buy in here. Helix orbs. Travel brochure. I feel like I'm gonna need that for something, so we'll go ahead and grab that. Come back for those other things later. You really should just leave that Crabman alone. It'll be better for you. Okay, so I think that's the majority of what's here cleared up. I'm glad I checked, though, because we gained another character, we dropped off an item, and we've learned a few things. Brain. Where was... I don't think we have anybody that wanted that specifically at the moment. There was something I was thinking about and I've lost track of it. I mean, that's the mark of a good character, honestly. Is that you have to work at it a little bit for them to do their full thing, but once you get there, it's very effective. Absolutely. And I'm happy to see people pop in anytime. Best of luck with your work. Okay, ABC, you have a good one. Let's go back here and see about the technique thing that this guy's got for us, too. Now that we have the money for it and I actually remember that he exists. Just in case it's a thing about upgrading one of our weapons, though, let's have that in my hand. Skill. Yeah, help you master one of your core abilities. But what does it do? Oh! Okay, so that's what that does. That's actually huge, because that is one of the things I use Leaf for, is his range. So him having more range is going to be incredibly useful. Okay, so... Interesting. Interesting. What would happen then if I did the same thing with you? What skill improves with you? Ooh, okay, so it increases everybody's range then. That's actually gonna be really helpful. Since we've usually been using her for boss killing so far, that will actually be a really big help to give her just that little bit more reach. Now let's see if something happened because we turned in that metal detector over there, or if there's something else going on with that. Okay, no, we're supposed to bring something there to put on top of that. Good to know. Now for the World 5 boss. Do I have a full set of healing? Technically. Depends on how good these mystery potions work out. Looks like we're full on characters now, actually. Unless there isn't a scroll or a second row. These bosses have been getting stronger, so I wonder if I should ditch one of those mystery potions and get something more effective. We'll do that if I lose. Oh god, it's super fish, huh? Okay. Okay, you have a pretty wide range there. Okay, Paula might not be the finest choice for this fight. Her speed is nice, but the simple issue of not being able to hit him when he's doing this phase, for example, comes into play, aside from using magic weapons to hit him. Which really I should just be using those, because those seem to just demolish these guys. Heal, you fool. Mystery Potion, go! That didn't help. Mystery Potion, go! Also didn't help. And this is why I was really on the fence about using the Mystery Potions for the boss fight, because neither of them did anything particularly helpful. Ooh, now there's a hole in the middle of the floor. That makes things more interesting. Ah, okay, that actually balances that out quite nicely. Ah, but it's also required for him to make his projectiles bounce. Okay. That's an interesting twist to that thought. I like that. Okay, he just goes across. Will you drop health? Of course not. I'm so glad we have a double jump. This fight's so close to being over, but it's so close to being over in either direction is the spicy part right now. He's making it pretty tricky to hit him at the moment. Which, all things considered, is a good choice on his part. But I don't have to be happy about it. Ah, contact damage. Okay. Enough toying with my opponent here. Stabbity death it is. Interesting that staying in the middle actually works when he does that split shot. You would think when the projectiles first come up, it would have actually made contact there. I'm actually happy that they don't get me wrong. It just confuses me slightly because of expectations more than anything. Unfortunately, I think we are gonna have to back up and get healing for this fight, unless I really get good at this. Or, alternatively... No, not you. You. Of course, seems like I can't move properly when I have those out. Okay, and you cling to walls. Fights like this, probably not the best time to be learning a character I haven't used yet. But when have I learned my lesson on that? Ooh, instead of double jumping, you dash. That is actually going to be kind of useful here. But no, I think that's the wrong fit for this fight. At least for the main part of this fight. I do not have a public Discord. And it's a little bit of an odd look for the first thing, for a first-time chatter to be looking for the Discord. But welcome in, Nexus. Hope you're doing well. Almost got this. And there we go. Done without healing. Okay, and that wasn't the world boss, that was the world halfway boss. I had a feeling it wasn't the end, considering we were only 7 stages in, give or take. But World 3 was pretty short, so there was always the possibility. That is a hat, yes. You are wearing a mushroom on your head. Congratulations. Oh, those guys. Yes, I have seen those. I wasn't sure what she was talking about. Big potions and another magic extension. We have left a lot of magic extensions behind. Mostly because I don't really use the magic that much aside from boss fights or hitting things in awkward positions. I mean, I probably am insane. This is true. I mean, you all are just on the way. You are not the reason I'm here. New mushrooms. I don't think... No, we haven't seen any mushrooms yet, have we? Nope. Sure haven't. I mean, this horizon doesn't look that bad, honestly. Over resource usage. That sounds about right. Oh. You know, I have a suspicion that those spores are not very scientific, but considering you all are alive, I have to assume they at least work on some level. Maybe it just makes the dinosaurs sneeze. Ah, this is where you came from then. Oh, that's why you've been away for so long, is after... Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. I mean, there's already a few graves in front of us. That is a weird thing, isn't it? That she hasn't aged, but you have. Child of the sky, huh? Similar hair to the angels. Many things to wonder there. Many things to wonder. Hi, you seem unhappy. What about the mushroom? Aha, a map. I'm not sure you're going to be able to taste a fancy mushroom when you're already dead, but you know what? We can do something with that. You know, that mushroom on his head almost looks like a chef hat with this color palette. That is true, though. You never know what you'll regret till you can't do anything about it. That's why we get out here a little quicker. Anything this side? Nope. Okay. Okay, so that leads to the mentioned forest. And over here we have stage 9 and 10? 9 and 8. Okay. Let's go this way first. Because otherwise I'm going to forget that this is here. And this seems like a good place to just use Thorn, considering from the sound of things, this whole mess, at least Thorn thinks is her responsibility. We don't know the full backstory yet, so we don't know whether it really is or not. go. Give me the power up, you can't stop me anyway. You know, I'm just... well, never mind. I was gonna say I'm gonna avoid fighting that thing because I'm invariably going to get hit by the bones that come off of it, and instead I botched the wall jump and land on it anyway. Once again, making that entire effort completely pointless. I really should make use of her spin move more often. It's really handy. It is interesting how you can just immediately jump out of it too, but it is using the same button. So it makes a degree of sense. Down the hole we go. Okay, I see what to do here. First, we dispose of him. Then we make the jump. You know, it usually involving more of actually making the jump, rather than dying. Dying is not what you want to do there.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He
Maybe a
will
little
be
bit.
missed.
I don't know about that last part. There we go. We'll just go for it instead of doing it the other way around. What range does that have? That really is a screen clear. Okay, good to know. To whom it may concern, die. All good. Aha! Well, we found the golden mushroom pretty easily, apparently. Now we can roll 3 dice at once. Why that was what my brain decided to go with, I don't know. That, I think, is my own fault. I should have mentioned that when I was being asked about feedback, probably. It's fine. What I'm referring to is the fact that every now and then I fall off a wall when I'm trying to wall jump, but I think I think it's actually my fault based on the way that one reacted. Because I think I pressed to the left right before I hit jump, so I popped myself off the wall. I'm not as certain about the first time it happened, but that one I'm like 90% sure that one I fucked up. And let that be a lesson in how to give feedback, by the way. Be reasonably sure what happened isn't your own fault before you tell somebody something's broken. We got a gnome. You know, it would be pretty funny if we gave the garden gnome to the guy that wanted a pet. I feel like that would be mean at the same time, but it would be pretty funny. Just let him have a pet gnome. It's certainly something that would never leave him, and he wouldn't have to worry about it dying. We got you your golden mushroom. Hi. Have a mushroom. Yeah, that went about as expected. I'm glad you at least were able to taste it somehow when it passed through your ghostly form. It tasted so good it led him to go to heaven. Wow. Well, that's not something you see every day. Oh, it's now magic. Okay. I mean, I was just gonna try to give it to the lady that wanted a mushroom after that, but, well, I guess it's a weapon now. Neat. I don't know how to process that, but you know what? Here we are. Yeah, that's fair. Having a ghost around is a little unnerving. Even if it's a friendly ghost. It can still be kind of weird. You know, they never sleep, they kind of just wander through walls and make you feel inadequate because you can't walk through walls too. It's just a whole thing. Anyway, forward. To battle the march of technology. Even though ordinarily I would be a staunch supporter of the march of technology, really. Alongside building ever greater factories. Okay. So that's how you want to be right now, huh? Okay. Just think for a second more. I needed to think for more than a second more, as it turns out. This place is actually legit dangerous, and I actually need to, you know, be careful here instead of fucking around like I've been. Gotta take this place seriously. Open up. Joke's on you, I don't have a power-up right now, so damage is pointless to me. Yeah, this area really is designed for Thorn, huh? With the amount of times wall jumping has saved my ass. Shocking, really, that her home territory is an area that feels designed for her. Crazy how that works. That's not to say other characters couldn't make it through a lot of this. They probably could. Like, Paula's speed could allow us to cross some of the gaps a little cleaner. Petal's higher jump probably could clear a couple of the jumps that I've needed to recover, or by wall jumping, just straight away instead. Leaf would have some problems because he has no mobility bonuses to speak of. He just exists. Like, he does all the same things Petal does, but Petal jumps just a little higher. So he does have that extended range to begin with, and now, thanks to the upgrade we got for him, he has more range. So he's got that going for him. The mushroom does seem pretty good, considering it hits a lot. So it might actually be a good boss-killing weapon. In terms of just queuing up a lot of hits. It just depends on how much damage per hit it actually does, because it doesn't seem like it's high damage. But those flamethrower dinosaurs are also pretty durable. Since I think they take, what, 2-3 hits from Thorn with the damage upgrade? Without having any of the gauntlet upgrades on hand at the time? Like, I think each tick of the damage from that does a little bit less than an unupgraded hit. Yeah, it's 3 hits from the sword. Or at base level. Its biggest weakness is you can't have multiple out at once, which, honestly, having multiple of them out at once would be disgusting. The amount of damage you could output that way. So it's for the best that you can't. If you're wondering, yes, I did actually intentionally get hit by that fish to buy myself some airtime. Because it was a safe bet that there was going to be another fish there, because they've been really enjoying putting those there. You know what? That works. So I think I got credit for grabbing him, since he's not there anymore, because he was right on the screen there. And this way we got healed, so it's a win-win, really, at the end of the day. Yeah, I had a feeling. This seems like a section I might be better off using Paula for, just for better speed to move through this bit with. Since most of them can double jump regardless, so that part doesn't matter that much. The big thing really is Umbra can dash rather than double jumping, which there are definitely places where I could see using that. I'm not sure who to give this bargain bin movie to currently, but I'm sure we'll find out. It may also be something that goes to one of the sellers. Oh hey, what do you know? No sooner did I say that did we find a seller. I mean a buyer, rather. Withered plant goes to you, stuffed bear, chewing gum wrapper, soggy fries. Okay, the garden gnome goes to you too, huh? Okay, you know what? I think the bit's dead by this point. I'm gonna finally start selling these things. If it bites me, I'm fine with it at this point. We've got a lot of things to buy. And we've been having money troubles managing to make those work. And I'm now curious just how much money we'll make through all of these. So we're gonna go through and we're actually going to sell all of it. And see what our final money total looks like after all of them. Because we've only got one more world left to go, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's a hidden 7th world. And honestly, the items have been getting dodgier. Because, like, you know, we got things like broken brooms and soggy fries and things like that. Some of these items seemed like people might actually have wanted them. Is why I was on the fence with it. But we now have so many more... Ooh. Hello, we've been rewarded. Oh, is that like a sign that I gave them everything they can get? Probably. We never did find the map there to lead to those two stages. Or the map here to go to that stage. By the way, like I said, I'm going to all the buyers and giving them their things now. I'm willing to bet, though, with my luck, that if there is such a thing as something that you use all of these things that the buyers want, it would be in World 6, and I'm gonna have just sold all of this right before it's useful. And if that happens, I do want to note that I am going to be very upset. And there may be a muted portion where I'm screaming in anger about this concept, especially now that I predicted it happening on top of that. Okay, they still want other things too, which makes sense because there's maps we haven't been to in this area. We've been to every area, but we missed like one item here, so I wonder if we have everything for this buyer as well. Because that was the other thing I was debating hanging on to them for, was for when we had everything that a buyer wanted. So I would never have to come back to them again. And since his is a nice flat number like 600, I'm betting we have all of his things. Yep, because we got his medal too, so we tapped out 2 buyers out of the 4 we went to. So 50%'s not bad. So let's see, where were there things to buy that we didn't buy already? We need to go down here into the sea. Oh yeah, we also should drop off the necklace while we're over in the water area. I know I said I was going to be checking in with people per world, but we actually hit upon a couple things here. And I was going back to the buyers anyway. You're not the one that wanted it. I thought... Oh wow, we got rid of a lot of things. Yeah, give it to his sister at Shellfish Docks. I thought she was the sister, considering he was one of the 2 sons. As I thought. Or maybe I have to be Lubby to give it away? Yeah, we had that discussion already. Nope. Maybe it's the other kid, then. Nope. Okay. I mean, there's only so many people here at Shellfish Docks. Oh, it is this one. Oh yeah, because presumably she's related to the fisherman right there. Okay, that does make sense. Oh! Aha! I know where to go with that. Which is convenient considering that's where we're going next anyway. There we go, that place. With the amount of money we have, we can grab all the extra bags, and we can also grab upgrades for a lot of people. Yeah, you. A fish would be great for you. No? So who does the fish go to, then? She specifically mentioned for somebody down in the dumps, and it was in purplish pink, so I was like, okay, maybe the fish goes to down in the dumps, down in the dumps. I feel like that's supposed to be telling me something very specific, and my brain's not locking onto it yet. Like, we already sorted out the sad person here. Maybe it's somebody here? 'Cause a lot of people are upset here, too. But I don't think anybody here wanted anything. And a pet like a fish seemed like the natural thing for the guy under the water. I know it's not the one in here because they noted that they wanted a record. None of you wanted anything. Didn't you? Weren't you the one? Oh, you have a magic extension. I probably should grab that so I don't have to come back here at any point. Doesn't help anybody here. No. No. Well, we'll come back to that idea later then. Oh wait, no. I'm not done in this section though, because I want to go once again back into the hotel because that's where the extra bag we wanted was. Oh, and I forgot to grab the extra bag in the ocean. God damn it. Of course I thought of it after I got here. So we'll have to run back down into the water to go grab that right quick before I forget again. I literally said I was gonna do that as we were running through. Oh yeah, we may as well grab the poster for the other guy while we're here too, since we got the spare money. We already got a portrait done of Leaf. I can't buy anything from you. We already bought the sword. Oh, you don't even have a bag, you just have a magic meter. God damn it, brain. You know what? Give me the goddamn magic meter. Hate it here. For 100 each, it's tempting to get every character's portrait done, but I just don't want to sit there for the animations right now, because I'm already doing a lot of backtracking. Otherwise, I would absolutely do that. And we might do that like at the end, just to show off the portraits. So at current pace, we actually are not getting done early like I thought we were going to. Because this world's taken longer than I thought, and I've also been getting way more distracted running around doing things than I thought I was going to. But I'm kind of doing like a bunch of bonus prep to make sure that we don't have any further complications. Because the game's been getting harder, which is a good thing. 20, there's the shop. I was like, I know the shop has a label on it, so where the hell is it? You, give me this. I don't... Oh, that's why the price was higher. It's based on how many of the magic crystals you have. So actually, you should be buying these as soon as you see them, I guess. Unless it's not going up in price based on how many total you have, but how many you purchased. But in that case, I'm not buying either of those things, because I don't really want the power pellets that badly. Because I already have more magic weapons than I'm using. And I want to save the money so that I can get this upgrade for everybody. Because we have 6 characters, so it's 3,000... to get the upgrade for everybody. We already have the upgrade for Paula, so it's only going to be 2,500. Actually, no, we have the upgrade for Leaf as well, so it's only going to be 2,000. Now, I will admit, I've barely been using Lubby, so giving him upgrades is a little silly. But if I upgrade him, he might become more usable. Upgrade your skill. Because I assume it'll make her sword reach longer. Making everybody baseline better means each of the... Oh! The number of speed orbs produced increased. Okay. Yeah, this will hopefully get rid of any reason I have to only be using certain people. Ooh. Pollen speed up is actually huge. Okay, so that's the skill upgrade for everybody. I have no reason to come back to this guy unless I'm absolutely looking for information. Faster charge for all three is huge. Okay, now let's go visit the other one. We're only going to be able to do the upgrade for a couple people, I think, because isn't his more expensive? I think what his was 750. But we already have it for Thorn. Oh, it's only 500. Never mind, I can get it for everybody. And this should give us quite the edge. Okay, so he straight up tells you, like, hey, go talk to the other guy as well. That's why I talked to him again, is I wanted to see if I could get multiple upgrades. So I hadn't thought about that till moments before. Yeah, increased attack and increased range and speed for most of the characters is such an upgrade. His enemies have started seeming like they do take a bit to kill. None of them have been spongy, but they have been getting more durable. So this will hopefully start balancing that out in our favor a little bit more. Okay, that's everybody upgraded. We now have both passive upgrades for Paula. Which, it's a neat idea that you can turn them off. Leaf, Petal, Thorn, Lubby, and Umbra. I'm just double checking to make sure I hadn't somehow clicked through too quickly and forgot somebody. Alright, everybody's got all their upgrades. We have 4 bags, which I'm presuming is max healing item count. We're missing 2 weapons, one of which I think I know where it is. In fact, no, I think we know where both of the missing weapons are, actually, because there's 2 weapons I didn't buy. The power pellets and then the helix thingy. So I think that's all the weapons accounted for, too. Which makes sense because, you know, we're on the second to last world of the game. Which, in terms of power, I was starting to ignore certain characters, so it's good that we were able to get a bit of a power boost for everybody. Like, for example, for fighting, I never really would reach for Petal, like, at all. Which, it's fine, because that means everybody has their niches and their purposes. Which gives you a reason to switch characters instead of doing kind of like I've been doing a bunch and using basically just one character or 2 characters. Which can be an important thing in games like this, to make all of the characters feel like they have their own merits. His Petal's really only purpose most of the time has been for just higher jumping for us. Which, don't get me wrong, really handy use. But ever since we got Thorn with the wall jumping, we really haven't needed Petal's higher jumping because the wall jumps do that job most of the time. Combined with a for me, better combat ability. Because I just really don't use use the extra attacks from Pollen that effectively. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with Pollen's attacks, just not how I do things. But those who have been around for a bit also know I'm not much of the summoner ally user type. I prefer to just do things and get it over with. There we go. When in doubt, brute force forward. I shouldn't have done that. I should have known better, because I should remember that her melee has a little bit of a pushback to it. But I seem to always forget that that's a thing that exists. Trying to use the higher move speed to just get back in quicker. Okay, let's switch it up a little bit here. Okay, now that we're back to where I died, let's kill this guy the sensible way. There's that weird spin around again. Which I will say, the magic weapons do kind of account for most characters' weaknesses as well. Like, you can just use whichever magic weapon covers their weaknesses best. And that's another way to avoid having to switch if you don't want to. Like, that's probably the biggest advantage this game has in this genre, I think, is it's a game that gives you a lot of options, but very rarely seems to force an option on you. Like, there's very few, this is the only right choice, or you just lose, type situations. There are many, this is the best solution type deals, but not any, this is the only solutions. Oh wow, there was no checkpoint there, huh? Oh, this is gonna become a thing. I really thought since I had passed a screen that there was at least a checkpoint somewhere. I haven't really had to think too hard about the checkpointing in this game since we've really 90% of the time weren't having that much trouble. You know, fuck this guy in particular. We already know that that box is money, so I'm not gonna bother opening it again. Don't get me wrong, money would be useful, but we've bought all of the upgrades and all of the containers. The only thing we didn't buy is all of the weapons and all of the magic extensions. Which, don't get me wrong, I should probably pick those up too, but I will probably get enough money to pick up most things by the time we're done with this world. Slash whatever amount of world there is in the final world. This seemed like a good place to just blast them. Don't even think about it, just blast. Wall jumps are a godsend. And that's something I have to point out, is I'm very glad that most of the time there's no two characters with the same bonus traversal. Like, Umbra and Thorn both have an interaction with walls, like, Thorn can wall jump and Umbra can cling to a wall. and Lubby can, you know, obviously grapple to a wall, but they all interact with it differently. Oh, this is what goes to the guy in the deli. Like, obviously one of the few cases of a fairly hefty amount of characters being the same is between Petal and Leaf, with Petal's main difference between the two being jumping higher and having basically an extra attack in exchange for shorter range. It kind of balances out between the two of them. Also, remember when we let this guy out of the box forever ago? At this point, yeah, apparently that's gonna become a problem. But why do I have this feeling there's gonna be a joke where they're gonna be like, not all ogres look the same, you know? Because they're gonna make the assumption that it's the same ogre or something like that. I forgot that the fish skeletons also break into their bones. God damn it. Too busy making a stupid joke. Shocking, really. Getting punished for making a joke, what do you know? That never happens around here. I'm pretty sure I can sneak my way in here. Yeah, I can. Ah, platforms that fall upward to try to force you into spikes now. What a concept. And of course, since our power got ruined there, we ended up just dying a fool's death. The one time I had the right height, he got in the way again. Die. So there's a very specific height. There we go. It's really cheeky that one of those platforms drops down instead of going up. But it's kind of expected. That's just how those patterns go. Yeah, that's just one of those, this is the thing you do type deals. Like, that's just how I know to expect certain things like that, is because that's just how it's been done for so long. That you're just like, yep, somebody's gonna pull this shit on me if they're doing this. Oh great, now we got skeleton football players. Because that's what the world needs. I'm just not gonna kill this fish, honestly. That one, he just kind of was collateral damage from me missing trying to hit the other one. Getting out of here is gonna be a little bit of a thing. Partially because of him. There we go. Everything's fine now. One of our rare times of managing to be at max power. Oh, you can't destroy them. You can only stun them. I really thought I was swindling myself on that one. I am so concerned about that tree. I really was expecting a fake out there where it was gonna hurt me. Where it's just, oh, this looks fine, but some of them are gonna bite you. Like that. Uh-huh, I saw the eyes. You're not fooling me. Ah. Okay. Ah. It's the reverse of the room with the rain going through it. You gotta look for where the sparkles aren't. Or what I'm doing, mashing through it like a psycho. Aha! I mean, you're already over here and... Well, actually, no. I guess we crossed over using that statue, probably. Anyway, let's get out of here before we get too dead. Okay, we found some... Oh no, those are socks. I thought those were the feet off of a skeleton. As usual, finding fantastic rewards in these golden chests. But that's the whole joke, so I'm not that upset about it. What the hell? I already don't like this. Sure. Okay, so there's gonna be a couple sneaky tricks like that where I can't get rid of them preemptively. Thankfully, we get some warning on that. Oh, the fact that they're on two separate paths, though, is kind of mean. Well, there went my power up. At least they give you plenty of time to save them, though. We've had some near misses here now, and I'm not... Oh, that's how that works. Okay. Game, please. There we go. That was another one of those doesn't turn around for some reason moments. I know that mushroom's gonna come to life. Yeah. Ah, that's why that's there. Oh, come on! That's upsetting. I literally swung, but because it didn't go immediate. This is so not gonna be worth it. But I can't try and fail, you know? That's just not how this works. I would have needed to have not tried. You know, if you just would ignore some of these enemies, that would be great. This went so much smoother when I had full power. Crazy concept that, I know. Things being easier when I could just hit them once and they'd die. I'm just gonna be here already. There we go. Getting ahead of them does help for some things. Like getting rid of that guy preemptively. And that guy. Kill him, then climb up here, break that. I guess we died right at the end, didn't we? Not quite. There's gonna be one more thing, I'm sure. Oh, come the fuck on. Don't get me wrong, this is funny. I just don't think this needed to be on an escort mission. Come on. There you go. We were so close to finishing it the first time, and all because I was a pixel short, it got buggered last time. Well, yeah, we were here before, you know. Fancy potion. So what does this potion do? Refills all hearts, power up by 2 tiers, and 100% magic meat. Worth it. Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Expensive though. Very expensive. Very expensive. Oh boy. Okay, so we're not buying any more of those right now. But they will definitely make a very big difference in future boss fights. Considering, I think you all can figure out that I'm basically gonna hang on to those until boss fights, fill my inventory with them for boss fights, and just have 4 full bars of health pretty much for every boss fight going forward. If at all possible. Like, obviously, there's gonna be times where I'm probably not gonna have enough money to expend like that. Since they are 400 each. Oh, new spiders. It's been a while since we've seen spiders in this game. Literally, the first area had them and then never again. I would not have minded never seeing them again, if I'm honest, but, you know. Oh, actually, yeah, thinking about it, we didn't see... No, we did see fish in the second area, didn't we? Of the specific jumping out of the water to surprise you kind. And they popped up again in a couple challenge areas, too. Oh, good, there's evil gauntlets that pop up now. My favorite. You know, I guess that kind of goes into the Ghosts and Goblins comparison I made when we first started this game, when I was talking about losing your power-ups in one hit, though, huh? Some chests just have bad things for you in them. At least it didn't turn me into an old man or a child. Oh, really being that way now, huh? Okay. I kind of hope that the whole evil gauntlet thing's only just exceptionally common in this stage and it's not just gonna be a constant in the game from now on thing. Because otherwise that's gonna get really annoying. Is they built up an expectation that chests were either going to have money or healing or a power-up in them up till this point. Changing that dynamic too much now would be kind of brutal. I needed to get rid of the ghost before I did anything about this spider. To try to get to that item. Yeah, because I figured that was the last one. That's why I pushed my luck on getting it. They've definitely made these stages more difficult without being too unreasonable. You know, there's not really been any, like, major league ass-pull monster spawns. Like, oh, hey, this guy was never in this area at all, but hey, he's suddenly here now. Oh, here to fuck you over. Just because he's a perfect fit for this one specific spot, just to ruin your day. You can kind of tell where those platforms are going to raise up, too. I'm just too focused on where all of the enemies are to catch them consistently right now. I'm getting so sick of these goddamn hands. I'm getting screwed by them so often right now. Ah, there's a door. Money. Okay. Got it. Well, that pays for another full heal, so that's good. Oh, those logs are solid. Okay. That's how this is gonna be then. Let's jump straight up a bit more there. I do dislike the skeleton enemies because of how often they appear in places where you're basically stuck taking the hit from them. Unless you hit them from really far off. Which, the caveat to that is there are plenty of ways I could have hit them from far enough off that it wouldn't have been a problem. But it's more that they're a flow breaker. Unless you know they're going to be there, you can't deal with them without stopping. This seems good. Voodoo doll's a safe thing to have found. Nothing's gonna be terrible or wrong about having one of those in hand. Looks like we're almost to the boss of this area, because I'm presuming, yeah, the stage after this is probably the boss. And then it'll be whatever World 6 has, and then end of game. Hindsight being 2020, I should have thought that this was going to be longer today than I had said it was going to be. As these stages were obviously trending towards getting longer and more difficult, so obviously I was going to have to start taking longer to get through them. Alright, Lizard Wizard, get out of here. Oh, come the hell on. Oh, okay, so if you defeat them without getting hit by them, that's how you get your power-up. Okay. So literally all the power-up chests are replaced with those, then. At least in this area. That's kind of upsetting, but makes sense. Thought I made it through that clean. It was almost such a smooth move. Okay, I'm less against the whole spooky hand thing now. I still don't particularly like it, but at least we still are getting power-ups. Because I had noticed we really weren't seeing any power-up chests. Which was getting to be problematic because we were real vulnerable a lot of the time. So we've been running through the last, like, half of the game without any power-ups. Half the time. So it's really not that big a deal. Like, to the point where, as you've seen, more often than not, I've been going out of my way to purchase my way to having full power for boss fights. Just to make sure we had a fair fight. Okay, they do aim those. Noted. Fish, fish. Oh! This was tied to getting rid of the wizard. Interesting. Some more money. More of these secret areas seem to be having money now rather than items or maps or things. Which again, it's getting towards the end of the game, so that makes sense, because you need money for things. Ow! Oh, come on. That's the problem with having moving block areas like this, is they become very prone for instant killing the player in sometimes unexpected ways. Like there, makes perfect sense that I got crushed there, but it doesn't feel good. Not that getting crushed usually feels good, but you understand my point, hopefully. And I just got supremely jacked up there. I just couldn't function for some reason. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Really need to not be falling apart now. We're so close. Because presumably, like I said, there's just a couple stages of this world left, and then one more world. And as much as I've been enjoying this game, I don't really want to have to rejig the schedule to fit this in for a third day as a very small partial. Of course, this guy's just out of sword range. He's a son of a bitch that way. Anyway. And it's still not over, huh? That is one thing I'm noticing, is some of these stages do feel quite long, but I think that's just because of how much trouble we're having with some of them. Like, I'm betting if we actually went and screen counted them, some of these might be like a stage or a screen or so longer than usual. But it's more the fact that I'm dying every screen at least once a lot of the time now, compared to my mostly deathless trips through World 1, 2. Other than the special stages, which, you know, you're gonna die in the special stages. That's just expected. It ate my double jump. 'Cause I definitely did the input for the double jump, but I think I got hit right as I did the input, so it counted it as going off, but then it interrupted it. So I just basically got nothing. Because that's what I tried to do, because I purposely was going to face tank the blade there just to move faster. Oh, okay, it's for the P guy. There's that not turning around thing again. Which, as I mentioned before, sometimes I think it's because I've done input in the wrong order. And I accept the fact that that has and could happen, but I don't think it explains all of them. Okay. Notice how there's a bunch of wizard statues in the background all throughout this place, too. Torn bedsheets. Ah, yes. Totally a ghost. Spooky. $14 and $13. Different types of wizards. Which, that's another thing. Apparently, most of the enemies at this stage of the game are wizards, too. Oh, that's an interesting attack. Okay. It tracks me until it's ready to come up, and then it commits. I really probably should be carrying some smaller healing items at this point. Just for travel purposes as well. Since I'm clearly committing to the idea of not doing this any smarter way than just powering through most of the time. Oh, I see. I need to make my way through here to then be dropped down like that. That was totally not sketchy at all. Totally not likely to get me killed. I wonder, can I just... I sure can. See this whole thing you want me to do over there, game? How about I don't? How about I just leave? Creative tool usage. Which I probably could have done that bit easier with pedal, because I could have just jumped up and done it a little more readily. But you know, I was already cheesing it. I didn't really need to go turbo cheese and make it too easy. Need to do the bit. This place is really dangerous. Oh, I lost both power-ups because of that. You know what? Crush me, please. Kill me. Sweet embrace of death. Why is this the one place where it's really hard to get crushed? Okay, fine. I guess I'll go on without my power-up. Sad. Well, this is just upsetting. You might be wondering, why aren't you trying to get crushed on this screen? If I get crushed on this screen, it doesn't help me because it doesn't bring me back to the last room, probably. Where the power-ups actually are. Uh-huh, figured. These are dropping platforms. Shocking. It's almost like there's a reason why they're different colored. Though, no, those are green and they still fall too. Interesting. They probably did that as a fake out, like, they'll think it's because they're the yellow platforms. But what if we make the green ones fall too? Aha! They'll never see it coming. Joke's on them. I saw it coming. Yeah, I had a bad feeling about that move. Is there something over there since there's the 3 gems? I just processed that when I walked up the ladder. Nope, that's just showing you, hey stupid, go that way so you don't die. And to think, I have so many other tools at my disposal that I could be using, and I'm just opting to stab my way to victory. As I do all the time. That's another thing to point out is, I could be using so many other characters and having so many other tools at my disposal. But I'm instead just choosing to charge forward like a crazy person, swinging a sword. There's definitely been a lot more efficient and elegant solutions to a bunch of these problems. Okay, the wall jump fucked me on that one. Oh my god, that timing is really tight, huh? I don't like that. I don't like that bit at all. 'Cause I feel like the timing on that's actually a little unreasonably tight. Not because it's too tight in general, but compared to the rest of the game. I feel like that's a little out of place. Because you're just completely boxed in there. Like, you have just very little option. And it's very easy to get crushed. Like, everywhere else, you're pretty free and clear to solve it your way. That one, I'm still not even sure what they want you to do here. Like, presumably something like that, where you just happen to time it just right to squeeze through there without getting crushed. Okay, this is starting to get a little tedious. The whole haha you got crushed thing is only entertaining for so long. And let me tell you, it kind of passed that. Especially with how tight those spaces are. I think it was purely the sprite for Paula there that got me killed. The forward leaning a little bit made her hitbox just slightly further. I don't know. This seems just like slightly too strict compared to everything else. As I mentioned before, I'm no stranger to this kind of thing, but it just doesn't quite feel right along with the way the rest of this jives. Especially when they start pulling this shit. Because it's so easy to just get crushed trying to get past them. Is you either throw a bunch of magic weapons at them from the other hole, or try to rush them. Those are your two only options, really. Otherwise, they just get a chance to freely pelt you with their magic, and you just are gonna lose a lot of health, or die. Kinda like that. This is the anti-impatient zone, which is of course why it's frustrating me so much, because I just want to be able to move. I just want to get through the goddamn stage. But this forces you to slow down. You just have to play the hurry up and wait game as these go back and forth. And it can be immensely frustrating when you have to repeat it dozens of times just because, oh hey, you wanted to move slightly faster? Oh, what a shame, you're just dead again. Anyway, with that fresh hell out of the way, D20. Huh. At least we never have to go in there again because we have everything. Like, there really haven't been many stages where I'm like, wow, I'm glad I never have to see that stage again. That one, though, that one's definitely one of them. Because most of the rest of them haven't been that bad. I have like one or two rooms that I'm like, okay, this is kind of annoying. Or wow, that's really difficult. That whole stage was just like, I hope you enjoy pain and misery because you are gonna have plenty of it. Was part of that the fact that I was most likely using the wrong characters for most of that stage? Yeah, probably. But I also just don't like the idea of these platforms crushing me all the time. I've never been a fan of that mechanically, particularly. Because it's very hard for you to have that happen and not have it feel like a cheap death. Like, it's a very hard thing to make feel fair. And that's not to say that it isn't my fault that I died in those situations. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm saying in that situation is I died, but what else was I going to do? Is more the thing. It's basically a case of, as I said, the only thing to do in that situation would have been to stop again and wait. And it's already been a long established thing that the fastest way to make me unhappy in a situation is to make me have to wait. Not the one I wanted, but it'll get the job done quicker. I was digging for the stars. I do have to note appreciation for the fact that those enemies have a range limit on their bullets. They easily could have made those bullets reach the entire screen. And that would have made every stage that kind of enemies in so much more brutal. But they made the fair choice instead of the haha funny choice in that situation. So just like as a point of balancing my statements in terms of comparison, it's like this is a positive. Getting crushed constantly by the walls is not a positive. I need to remember that these damn things break. Which, don't get me wrong, I've not been a fan of these skeleton enemies the entire time either. We've already discussed that situation as well. The fact that they kind of fall into the same situation as the Crushers to a certain degree. They result either in a death that just kind of comes out as a slap in the face, or they break the flow of your movement through the stage. Because like that bit there, for example, felt satisfying because it was just rhythmic enough that you could slide through without needing to stop at all. And it, you know, it felt good when you could manage to make that whole movement work. And of course, you know, that's all person-to-person things there to a certain degree. Like most people would agree, smooth movement is satisfying. What makes the crushing in this particularly bad in places is how large the sprites are as well. Because you can very easily get crushed with a lot less control over whether it happens or not. Because some of these characters are just kind of big. Could I have switched to a character with a smaller sprite? Yes. Would that have helped? Sort of. It would have solved one problem and handed me a different one, because the movement dynamic would have changed completely at that point because of the difference in speed and the difference in how their double jump works. That's why I haven't changed half the time when we've been having those problems, is because I would then have to readjust how I moved through that bit in order to accommodate the change. And I came to the decision in the snap moment that it wasn't worth the change. Was I correct? Really kind of no guarantee there. Okay, we got a magician's hat. We really haven't been getting that many things that stand out as bring this to insert person here. Okay, so we got a boss. Let's see what this stage is like. This is probably going to be a nightmare, considering the regular stages were giving me enough trouble. But I've got to at least try the extra stage. Okay, at least they were kind enough to have that be an actual power-up. I just should have dealt with these two first. Oh, is that... Yeah, this is gonna be a set of dangerous rooms. Just like a straight-up gauntlet situation. Ah, I was about to say, where's the thing to do to finish this room? Interesting. This doesn't seem that dangerous a room, just kind of spooky. Ah, okay. It goes further along. There's the dangerous enemies. Okay. I was like, there's gotta be something that'll shoot at me or something, right? Because just a bunch of these guys that hang out in the sand and a couple skeletons really isn't much of a threat. Thankfully, they checkpoint you before each room, which is really generous of them considering the way this area is presented. They could have been much meaner about that. Like, it could have been, you have to do this whole set of stages with one life. And it would have been a nightmare. It would have been fucking awful. So, you know, props to them for not being as awful as they could have been. Oh, you didn't have to kill everything in this. Oh, maybe you did. Wait. Oh, I think you have an option in this room. Interesting. You had the choice of either kill everything or make it to the end. So I could have avoided those guys that were in the sand. Interesting. I actually really like that. You don't see that very often. Usually if they present it as a kill everything area, it is kill everything the entire time. Oh, and we're not done though. We got oh, wait. Since we got the sacred stone... Okay, never mind. Amend that statement slightly. You have to kill everything in that room in order to get the sacred stone, but you can progress through the stage without doing it. That's what the bit there is. Okay, and those gauntlets speed up the longer they're in the air. Okay. Rinse him. I slipped. Goddamn moving blocks are the bane of my existence. Even if they don't directly get me killed, they set me up for failure constantly. Okay. Goddamn, how long does this place go? Doesn't matter, just chew through him. There we go. This really is just a gauntlet of everything you've done in this world before, huh? I hate that. Come on. That's just mean. The fact that I just barely got knocked down into there. Like, I don't care if I take the extra hit there, just get me the fuck away from that situation. Huh. Okay, and that's just money that I can magnetize to me, so I don't need to get a headache dealing with that. Like, that is, once again, a situation where if I just took my time and used somebody with range, we wouldn't have had to deal with that as much. But that was just such another serious flow breaker moment. It's like, oh, hey, we were going along so smoothly, and then, hey, you have to stop here or you will die. Still, for being an extra stage, that was nowhere near as bad as I thought it was gonna be. But before we go in there, let's go back over to... Not there. Ah, yes, the Oasis Garden. And I think is where the mushroom people live. Because I'm gonna buy a couple more of those full heals. And just hope that I don't have to use too many of them. We're 8 short of buying enough to fill my inventory. We'll just go over here because this is the closest one to where we're going. I'm not going to use one yet. Oh yeah, Pure Chaos. There we go. Oh, is this how the raid ended up happening? Did she come in here to steal some money and then everything backfired? Are you, though? Oh. So she used to be... Okay. Yep. Yep, this is all starting to come a bit clearer, isn't it? There used to be law, and Willow made there be no law. Yikes. I mean, if that's how this exchange is going to keep going, I'll just keep taking these trades over and over again. That looks like it'll hurt, though. Wrong button. One power-up and heal should just let me rinse through him. Or, you know, I'm gonna lose that power-up. Oh, come on! The fact that he slowly just nudged me off there is upsetting. I mean, don't get me wrong, I tried to cheese the fight real bad there. 100% admit that. But this doesn't seem like it's really that difficult to fight, considering I'm just destroying him with the power of 1,000 anchovies instead. Probably only fair that Thorn finishes this fight anyway, though, considering their history. Or, you know, I'm gonna just fucking fall down that pit again. Which, that pit is perfectly spaced just to make the worst anticlimactic losses happen, I swear. The amount of resources I've already wasted on this fight, I swear. But I'm gonna use one more just to make sure that we don't waste another one. There. Oh look, your fancy gear all fell off and now you're gonna run away. Well, that's hardly cricket now, isn't it? So what you're saying is, in the end, those anticlimactic losses weren't actually that bad a thing, because we were just going to have this situation happen anyway. I do appreciate that they do drop health, though. This is a neat fight, don't get me wrong about that either. I'm just getting really sick of the way my jumps keep failing me at really bad times. and making me just lose this fight for arbitrary reasons. Because the problem is, I didn't even intend to double jump there, so when my double jump got burned, we just were screwed. And it's not really any fun when that happens. It basically just takes that entire sequence out of my hands and says, no, you lose. We said you lose, therefore you lose. Bottom line, don't do what I'm doing right now. Use actual range for this section of the fight, especially. Because it will remove a lot of the issues that I'm having. Because you won't even need to be on this middle platform at all. And thus won't be in harm's way at all. This will actually be a better weapon. Actually, no, the perfect weapon is the mushrooms. For multiple reasons, actually. One, it's a poetic weapon to be using against him since the mushrooms were the people he destroyed. And two, it deals a lot of free damage. And we can just kind of leave them on him. Welcome back, ABC. I thought you were done for the day. Okay, good night. Oh, come on. Why did he still have health left? He should have been dead there. Okay, this is getting annoying now. He has entirely too much health, with there being two phases here. Fuck's sake. Now he's doing the annoying pattern. I mean, this is the second to last boss, so I'm not saying that this shouldn't be difficult. I feel like this is difficult for bad reasons in places here. Mostly the fact that this fight is just taking entirely too long. So no more fair play. That's what this is telling me. Let's just take the easy way out, since apparently we're not going to be allowed to have any fun in this fight. You'll notice just how much of a difference having range is making in this fight already. We can just sit down here and clown on him the entire time. And pretty much. The only threatening move he has is the fireballs, and they don't even really amount to that much of a threat. As long as I'm paying attention where I'm standing, the lightning can't affect me and the ice can't affect me. So this just becomes a matter of time before he loses. And even then, the fireballs are mostly a spacing attack, too. Am I really gonna lose again just because I can't do fast enough damage down here? That's exactly what's gonna happen. Because he's just throwing enough fireballs that you lose eventually anyway. And to think, if I hadn't burnt my healing items on trying to do the fancy way and kill him with the fitting character for it, we would have won already. Funny how that works, isn't it? Actually, yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is Leaf wouldn't reach. No, and I can't jump over those either. I have to just hope that the spacing lines up. Because some of them, the fireballs are just too tight. You can't find a spacing around them. So you just kind of get screwed. And that was happening a lot the last fight, which is why we just got chipped to death before I could kill him. You know what? How much damage does this do? Not enough. Have some boomerangs, you fuck. And, you know, he can just kind of sit on your head like that, which is probably not great. You might want to put a check in there to keep that from happening. Because that nearly killed us twice with him just parking his face on me and doing repeated contact damage. Let me guess, Willow's in the box, isn't he? Uh-huh. You know, that really doesn't seem accurate in the slightest. I mean, you almost have the pose right. You just gotta tilt the staff back a little bit, find a bee to put on your finger, and a very different hat. Yeah, he's had it the entire time. Yeah, if he can just teleport around, obviously he'd be able to find the Stone of Power long before we could. I still can't help but feel that Zankylos is kind of in the right to a degree here. It's a little bit small for there being, you know, 5 of us. No, actually 6 of us in here. Just 2 of them aren't shown. It's interesting, actually. I guess Umbra's the one I have selected. That's why Umbra's in the cutscene. No. Of a lot of the things he's probably going to accuse us of, we really aren't. We really aren't innocent at all. That too. We have kind of been opposing the whole Law and Order thing, so... Oh, hey. Yeah, we let you out forever ago at this point. Thank you. Yeah, no, you're really not gonna get any help on that one. You deserve to be in there. I presume that she's the daughter of this idiot and an angel. Bingo. This also checks out. Thorn, your dad's kind of a piece of shit. Oh good, you actually gave us another magic extension. That will actually be kind of helpful. There sure are a lot of people stuck in here, huh? Looking up there, there really is quite a few eyes up there. And in there, and in there. Wait. Oh, I'm assuming Mark busted out of here, huh? Yeah, taking the big bad down will probably free all of you. For a whole different situation to unfold, probably, but you know. Gotta go do the hero thing. This is an odd combination to be stuck in here. Then again, there's a lot of other people in there with you. Have you considered the fact that you're in prison not working? See, this statement is exactly why Zanculos being sealed away might have actually been a bad thing. Oh good, you're stuck in there. You deserve to be in here with how you're behaving. Uh-huh. Oh, don't worry, you'll see the man in charge before long, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure a drill wouldn't really work on something made out of pure energy anyway. He's probably still unconscious in the cave that he was guarding before. Also, I just had a real fantastic realization here for a lot of you. Why don't you just walk out between the bars? These bars are all are apart, and there doesn't appear to be anything in between them. And if I stand here, I look like I'm in the cell with you, and that's just weird. I'm out of here. Yeah, it's kind of our fault on that score. He is a few cells away from you, and you know, that's probably for the best. Oh, hey. You're still alive. Good for you. I think you might still be thinking about sports too much there, buddy. Okay, so there are a few stages in this world that we're gonna have to get through. Judging from the size of this place, though, probably only a couple. Unless we have to get all the way to the Zanculos head over there in the corner. Which is possible. Well, we'll find out. Onward! To battle we go. Just try not to think too much about how we really badly botched that last fight. Which admittedly leaves me quite worried about how the actual final fight's gonna go. Because if the second to last boss had 2 phases, what's stopping the final boss not having 3 phases? Some impressive fireballs they've got going there. Okay. No more toying around. I was taking my time taking in the scenery, but it's time to boogie. There's probably gonna be parts in this place specifically designed to be best with each character that's available to you. Like Thorn would have been a real good idea to have there for jumping out of that situation that I found myself in. So if I hadn't fallen in there, it wouldn't have been necessary in the first place, but shh, it's okay. Okay, those bounce, so you need to go. Of course, those are possessed still. Makes nothing but sense. And of course, there's Justice Scales in this area, because that's his whole shtick. I'd be rather disappointed if there weren't any. But a close range character seems like a good idea in here with all these Medusa heads. Ooh. I can't believe I didn't get hit up until that. I feel like I should have gotten tagged by the fireball that was spinning. But I'll take a bank error in my favor. Also, apparently the hearts are evil now too, so that's wonderful. I had no room to maneuver on that one. I really need to stop opening chests from so close to them. That's admittedly my own fault there. But yeah, that fight we just did against the T-Rex guy and the angel statue. So far, the only fights I really have any objections about. The angel fight, you just don't have enough space for that to really feel like a particularly engaging fight. You're just there soaking damage most of the time. Because you just don't really have options. Unless you want to have it be a really long fight. And kind of a similar case with that last one, too. It just kind of outstays its welcome a bit. Unless you rush it, which, with the way his hitbox can just sit on you with his giant head, it's really kind of awkward to rush as well. Yeah, I figured that would fall. I just didn't know what timing it was gonna fall at. Get off of the scale, you jerk. Music has changed. Ah, okay, I see. Now, the stage was called the Possessed Army of Zankylos, so presumably we're gonna be fighting a bunch of enemies that we've faced along our journey here. Because, you know, of course these games always have to have refights along the way. In this case, it's just a mid-boss that we're refighting. Oh, come on! Why is it different this time? I'm starting to hate this because he has a lot of health and just enough of an attack length that you can't really just avoid the first attack and then do anything. You kind of have to piddle about avoiding the spinning fireball. Which is just delaying this whole process here. It's either that or, as you've seen demonstrated already, he just chips you to death. Much like the fight we just experienced, really, actually, now that I think about it. Because that's the unfortunate thing about the fact that this is we're stuck at 6 hit points right now, unless I go backtrack all over the world to get presumably the last hit point, or maybe 2. This is very easy for something to just chip us to death with how much health the enemies are starting to have. had to make a decision, but I think what I'm gonna do is gonna grab one full heal, because it also gives us full power alongside the full heal. I was debating grabbing just a couple of these. Is this way we'd have 2 full heals, but we wouldn't have any power. So it would be a range and attack limitation. This is a full heal, though. Now, I'm gonna change my mind. Because we can buy 2 of those as opposed to just the one of the other one. And actually, what we can do for power... And we can also get healed a little bit. Because we can actually... Well, no, one other thing to do. Let's go back here and see if we can turn in enough of these to get another thing. I don't think we have enough of anything to turn in to get the next health extension. Nope, not enough. Didn't think so. Yeah, because we would need 3 things turned in, and that'd get us a heart fragment. And with the items we have in our collection, I just don't think anybody wants enough of them, but we may as well drop off the one sure thing we have as well. After I go buy the tree saps. Because they're nice and cheap, and even though it's only 1 heart, it at least gives us 1 tier of power. But they won't restore any MP, I don't think, or do they? No, we're only gonna be able to get 1 of them. Better than nothing, though. I won't bother with the small health potion, though. Because that is literally just 1 heart. But this way we have a couple tricks up our sleeve. Brain. Oh yeah, the guy that wanted the disc is here. Let's see what he gives us. I'm assuming he's going to give us a portion of a heart container. Since we get those by making people happy. Ba-na-na-na. Yep, there it goes. There we go. At least we've made things better there. Just trying to think. I'm just gonna step in here for a second just so I can look at the collection. Because it didn't seem like it was letting me. I think I could, though, while I was out and about. There's also these key fragments that we only found 1 of that are probably part of a whole other thing. Oh yeah, we can give the one guy the poster, too. I don't know who the travel brochure goes to. Presumably that goes to somebody. Same with this, since that's not something anybody bought. Like, we've still got a handful of things we could hand out. We just gotta figure out who they go to. And we could purchase that information. But I don't have any need to do so at the moment. But let's at the very least get rid of this poster. And see if that puts us on the track of anything else, slash proves that we are only 1 away from getting the 7th heart. Which would actually make a pretty hefty difference. Yep, there we go. So we just gotta find 1 more person who actually wants one of the things we have. Problem is, I just don't remember seeing anybody that wanted any of the things we have left. And yeah, I could have just opened the collection, just I was hitting the wrong button. Is a TV remote? I don't even remember seeing anybody that has a TV. Maybe, why would why would that be something somebody specifically looking for? Or around any of the places we've been? Because most places people are struggling enough. Why would they want a baby? I mean, I suppose one option would be quite literally just walk through the entirety of every town, checking everybody just to make sure. It's also possible that since we did that chaos stage, it might be worth checking in on those people that were in the bar. We also might have found a fabulous enough place for this guy by now. Aha! Right, the travel brochure! Right. That makes nothing but sense. And there's our health extension. For some reason, I thought he wanted an actual location, not a travel brochure to a beach. Because that just doesn't seem like it matches what he wanted, but what do I know? Still, we got the... That's not even the last heart container, I don't think, considering there's room for what looks to be 2 more? Probably only 1, though, to keep it at an even 8. Then again, I guess it would be 8 heart containers if you had 9 health. So I guess the 9th one could make sense. I already took care of you. I presume you don't have anything that I can help you with. You're just a hint for the guy above you. I mean, I have a lot less reason to run around helping people now because I would have to help 3 more people now. And with what we have left, this might go to somebody. I have doubts on this one. Doubts on that. Maybe? Possibly. Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. Is this didn't get sold at the buyer in the world that we found this, so this must go to somebody somewhere. And this has yet to be bought either, but this has a view option on it, so I think that's something we keep. Much like these have a view option. This doesn't have a view option of any kind, so presumably this might go to somebody? Because I think didn't we have this when we made the circuit through the buyers too, so this might actually be something that doesn't get bought too. But we didn't go to the buyer in World 5, because I don't think we found the buyer in World 5, did we? Oh wait, no, we did. Let's double check that, and that'll clean out any extraneous things we're carrying. Most likely. And it'll get us the money we need to get a little bit more stuff going. Okay, all of those are dead items. No, that's everything for him, too. So, we're only missing the medals from 2 buyers, then. The one in World 2 and the World 3, I think. Actually, there wasn't a buyer in World 3. We're only missing a silver medal out of these, so I guess we're only missing the World 2 buyers items because we didn't go to that one place. Yes, that's in World 2. So we're really not very far off of doing everything. And he didn't buy the baby, or the Cursed Life volume, or the torn bed sheets, which is surprising. Oh god, I just realized something stupid. Hang on. I think I get the joke here. Does you remember how this guy wanted to look scarier? Well, what's scarier than a ghost? And that's why I'm laughing. Da-na-na-na. Spooky ghost. Yeah, we can't get anything else out of him. Do I have anything for you now? Don't think I do, but I may as well try. Nope, I don't have whatever goes there. There's nothing we have really would have fit there, and so I didn't figure I had anything, but I had to check. There must be items I'm missing still. Because there's definitely people I'm pretty sure want things, but I didn't have anything for them. Let's check the people here since we're coming back here to buy things anyway. I'll just start from the right and work my way all the way back across. Myself speed. I'm pretty sure going in here and talking to the Elder again is going to be pointless because he's just going to talk about the ghost again. Yep. Problem is, I don't remember which of these people just had regular dialogues. Yeah, you wanted new mushrooms, and I don't have anything of the sort, which is why I think there's things we haven't picked up yet. Yeah, all of you lot are just completely useless. Go ahead and give me another spore potion. We need to hang on to some money for when we fail a fight, or use it before the final battle anyway, because we're gonna need to get replacements. Took care of this guy now. We don't have his item. We have nothing for anybody here. We sorted that out. These people already left and went back to the other place, so that's sorted. I mean, I could always try buying information, which would save me walking around, but at the same time it would cost us what little money we have. And it's been a while since we've checked in with some of the people here, so maybe somebody here has something. But I'm pretty sure most of these people are completely pointless as far as giving items goes. Yeah, because they're all just chattering, which they're great set dressing. It just makes it hard to find the people that you're supposed to be giving items to unless you actually take notes. Which, you know, taking notes is kind of how these things work to a certain degree. And no, none of these had anything meaningful. I remember these conversations now. Yep, nope, they're all what they were. Let's go double check the people at the back of the tavern here, because I didn't look at those on the way through. You know, it would help if I actually went in when I landed in the place that I wanted to go, huh? I just immediately went flying off like, aha, I need to get to the place. Wait, I was there already. Okay. Nope. That was the only thread of thought I had left on that one. Was since the stage was mentioned as like being like pure chaos or something like that, and he said the word chaos in orange. I'm like, maybe there's a connection there. Maybe something happens. Nope. Which, you know, the logic made sense, just turned out to be useless. So short of running around getting all of the P-men, I think we are out of things to do. Like, we could go back here and try to get to what's behind all of this, which that might be where at least one of our items goes, and is where one of the missing items is. Ditto with here. I mean, it might not take me that long to find those things, and there's still this question mark here that it's probably behind the Stell, and I'm not gonna be go and get it to get all of the tablets. That just isn't happening. I'll leave that for y'all to do in your own times. Yeah, you know what? I'll at least go take a look. Because we were kind of having a rough time in here when we were here before, so I was starting to rush it a bit. Now we're a lot stronger and we have a lot more options at hand. Like, we didn't even have double jump when we were here before. And I say didn't even have double jump is we've had double jump for a fair bit of the game now. Because we got that in World 4. Yeah, I think we did this bit already. So I think that's where the P guy was for this stage. This? Oh, right. This is why we rushed out of this stage. This nuisance. Okay. There is nothing up here. I think there was something up there, perhaps. Redoing a couple stages would also be a way without having to spend money to get a full power boost before going into an area. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to get that without just magnetizing it. Hell, I think when we were here before, we didn't even have Paula yet because we hadn't built up the money to get her. Or by this point. Because we'd gotten Lubby before we got Paula. So we had gotten them basically at the same time. And I think this was still when we only had, what, 3 or 4 hearts back this point? This is the end of the stage, isn't it? So where the hell is the map? See, now I'm genuinely curious. Oh, it's probably right here, huh? I didn't spot this when we were looking above it, because I got distracted by the obvious seeming path up there. Or did we go in here? This feels familiar. But there's the map, so mystery solved. So speaking of enemies that disrupt the flow of your movement, this jerk right here is a perfect example of that behavior. I feel like his respawn rate's a little too high. So maybe it's that he's actually multiple enemies, not that he's respawning. Maybe that's the misunderstanding I was having. Since if we stand still, I don't think he came back. No, there he is. So he does respawn. We just happen to walk forward just right to catch his respawn then. But, or maybe it's both, actually. Maybe he respawns and there's set spots he appears? That clipped the top of me, huh? Well, that's upsetting. Considering we're not getting that power-up back. Why am I even bothering to fight you? Just get me out of here. We have the map. We have what we came for. And now I'm gonna die a dozen times just trying to rush out of this place because I just don't want to be here anymore. So I'm just gonna make a bunch of badly calculated jumps just trying to zoom through. Case in point, I hit my head there. I just want out of this stage, and I don't trust the exit stage thing to not take the map away from me and make me have to go back in here again. Okay, I disagree with that. I feel like we were clear on that one, and I made contact because, I guess, of the fact that she does that uppercut. I feel like that should have been free and clear. There we go. Quite literally, we weren't far from the exit. I just was being stupid trying to rush it so much because I just wanted to move on. Okay, we got a knife-spitting pirate monkey. Monkey. Yeah, see, we would have missed out on all these themed enemies if I had just left. This also gets us more money to spend in case I fuck up. Which will probably be a thing that's going to happen. Okay, that's just upsetting. But the foot stabbing is not okay. Okay. Right, because this predates us having double jump, so you would have needed some means of climbing that. Ah, he threw shorter that time. We almost got through all of that with full power. Okay, not a biggest fan of those coming back, but those are kind of neat. That he's just spitting giant swords. That said, we can just completely break this fight just by sitting over here. Now we have no throwing power to speak of. You know, except my own power to throw the game. Got plenty of that. There we go. Cereal. It's expired cereal, so this is probably something that goes to the buyer in this area. But it does get us another section that we hadn't been to. Where there might be NPCs that'll take items. Mysterious lab. Do you want a remote by chance? Okay. Can't understand a word you're saying. Get a load of this guy. I'm glad I came back and checked this because I would have missed out on this goofball. Wow, I actually was right. He needs the batteries from the remote. There you go. don't know if I'd ever trust this guy to work on machinery, both because of the giant metal hand and the fact that he doesn't understand open a remote to get the batteries out. And that would make sense. Yeah. You just probably were a little heavy for the plank. Oh, come on now. That's just foolish. They might have been trying to get rid of you, yeah. Devers. Yep, there we go. Oh, wow, a 7th character, huh? He can move and he is literally just Mega Man. Complete with the sound effect. All he can't do is charge. Wow. Okay. Nice smooth double jump too. This will be very useful. I'm gonna have to get him upgraded though. So that's gonna be a lot of our money going away. It was definitely worth coming over here though. Okay, so with that cleaned up, we may as well get used to using him by going and finding the one we missed here, too. This area is going to be a lot simpler to navigate now that we have double jump anyway. Thankfully, by going through these stages again, we are making a decent amount of money. And it's kind of nice to be going back through these easier stages again, just to get a feel for really how much easier the game was at this point, when it really felt like it was kind of difficult back then. You know, not very difficult, but just difficult enough. With our increased health, new powers, and everything, these are much easier. And I'm still losing my power-ups left and right anyway. Because I thought he was gonna die faster, and he didn't. I'm not sure we did this bit. This feels familiar. Yeah, no, I think we did do this, didn't we? Nope, because that's where the map is. Okay, never mind. There must have just been a very similar bit where they threw one of those hopping guys at us. Now just to quickly get out of here. And then I guess we'll make the rounds one last time to make sure if anybody wants any of the things we found, they get the things. Did I, like, just miss opening that box or something when I went in there? There's gotta be a reason for it. I don't know what the reason is. Wrecking Ball Falls. I'm probably glad to be coming in here later rather than earlier, aren't I? Yoink. Easy. Glad I didn't commit to that jump. That would have been awkward. So I should switch to Leaf so I can just duck to be safe here. There we go. First try. That's the pet that guy wants. He wants a... Didn't I joke about it being a pet rock? God damn it. Didn't get the Stell thing that was in there, but that's fine. We got the important part, which is the item to give to somebody to make them happy. Which I think, yeah, that'll be 2 out of 3. And we may very well have something for one more person somewhere. I need to go look at the list again. Here you go. Have a rock. It's got googly eyes. The thing is, the pet rock makes sense on 2 different layers since they're all rock-named people, too. Oh, I hate it. I love it, but I hate it. Ah! Don't argue with your pet rock. Good luck with teaching your pet rock how to swim. So we need to find somebody who wants an edgy thing. Somebody who could use a baby and a box of cereal. A box of cereal I'm still pretty sure goes to the buyer here. Which, speaking of, let's drop that off and see if that's the last item this buyer wants. Don't really know why you want that, but sure. I'll take 150 for it. And yep, that's the last thing. And that gets us the silver buyer's medal, which is presumably all of the buyer medals, I think? Because there seemed to only be 4 worlds where there were buyers, because World 6 doesn't seem like the place where there'd be a buyer, and World 3 didn't seem to have a buyer either, unless they're behind the Stell. So I think that's all the buyers. No, we already gave you water for your plant, so I don't think there's anything else for you. Is there any place we haven't been in a while or anything? Any place where we think somebody would want a goddamn baby? I mean, we only went here once, so I guess we'll check in here again just in case. Can't imagine why your car would want gasoline. You two were just talking about pizza, I remember that. I don't think you needed anything, I think you just exist. Yeah. They didn't talk to any of the other ones individually. Didn't accomplish much, but I got a laugh out of it at least. No, you two were there before. Oh yeah, wasn't the pizza pretty useful? Yeah, power by 1 tier and 3 hearts. I was convinced I was going to be coming back for that pretty often. And then we ended up with what we have. Though I suppose, actually, since we're mostly just running around right now, let's quickly replace our weaker heal with that. They're both only 1 power or tier up, but it's slightly cheaper than the full heal 2 power. And it may come in handy at some point. I don't think any of you needed anything. Like, let this be a note as it has been frequently, that if I'm willing to run around to all of these places to check where other things are, that should be a sign of how much I'm enjoying this. That I'm willing to do the extra legwork and prep work. Though to a certain degree, it's also a sign of my concern about how the final fight's gonna go. Oh, and he's racist. Great. This jackass is great, isn't he? I forget what you were talking about over here. Oh, right. Oh, you know what it probably is? Hang on, I have an idea. I just got an idea. Now, I can't get enough distance that way either. What I was thinking is maybe there was like a whole thing where he expects us to go X distance or something. But if he does, I don't seem to have the way to do it. That's further, but doesn't seem to have gotten a different reaction from him. Ah, well. I guess I should go up here. Creep. I only just now realized that her portrait up there blinks. Has everybody's portraits blinked? It's only been in the elevator that I've had the time to notice. Oh, I don't think I've been out here either. Dang, hit my head. There we go. There's something up here on the roof. There is. There's money. I don't think we talked to this person that was hanging out on the edge either, did we? There's also this, which we might be able to steal. Nope. But we can... Oh, there's another key fragment. Number 7. So there's quite a few of them. Can't break into the apartment from the other side either. Because I think that's one of the apartments we weren't allowed to walk into. God damn it, Braid. Hey, stop hitting your head, stupid. Okay, fine. I guess we'll go back down. I just wanted to go back up. Now I gotta go back up the elevator again and deal with the weird guy. You know what? I'll have him talk to a robot. Let's see how that works out for him. Okay, he's back to complaining about his unburn. I mean, you're not wrong entirely. Yeah, this is where the one person was hanging out outside. Okay, that was completely pointless. Anyway. I think coming back up here might have been useless. I mean, maybe after everything's over, we'll try. Things are a little complicated as far as that goes at the moment. Yeah, and that's just you here. Oh, there's money in here, though. Which I think this was another apartment we weren't allowed to go into until that guy moved in. So, that worked out in our favor as far as money goes. So I think that paid for the pizza. That guy really is the worst. But I think we've cleaned up everything here now. Because none of these people seem to want anything, and we grabbed the oddball money that was up top. If it seems like I'm trying to put off going and doing the final bits, you might be right. But I do want to at least get the power or upgrades for this guy. I don't know if he needs the technique upgrade necessarily, but the power upgrade at a minimum he needs. Which does knowledge cost? Oh yeah, it's only 25. Then yeah, we'll pay for that. Nataris of Oasis Garden. He sells potions. Okay, there's something else that may be worth our while there. Is he literally just gonna tell us where some of our other items are? Okay, his knowledge is kind of not helpful. But I'll try one more time, see if he tells me something I don't already know. Great. I was kind of hoping that if he was going to tell me about that guy, he would tell me what I need for that, because apparently I'm missing it, and I don't know what to do with that. The fact that he's on the cusp of his own demise is certainly a statement to make. Actually, let's go back here for a second and see if what he was talking about is just the item he's selling, or if there's something else there. Yeah, I think he's just talking about the magic crystal, though. Which means he would be telling me about all the other people that have magic crystals as well. Possibly the ones that are selling weapons that I didn't buy as well. So I'm assuming the knowledge thing is just showing you whatever you're missing for 100%, basically. Is it here that I wanted to go? What was I going back for? Rain, please. No, it's here. To get the technique upgrade. Since knowledge didn't cost me that much, I figured I may as well. And we'll see if this guy gives us a different knowledge answer just in case. Just for shits and giggles. This way everybody's upgraded. It does cut into our additional little healing items purchases, but it's fine. Wait. I didn't know that room existed, so that's actually very helpful. He said she was in the shopping district? I didn't even know there was a streaming room. I must have missed that room completely. Is it the door up there, perhaps? Did I walk past it and not notice it opens? Yep, sure did. Ah, you want the edgy book. I knew it was somebody here that wanted the edgy book. I just couldn't find the person that wanted that. Just chucked all the other books on the floor. There we go. There's our other health extension. I have the max possible health now. You two, do you lot want anything? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one either. I don't think muscle has anything to do with that, but sure, you do you, buddy. You know what? Sure, why not? Tell me about wall clipping. Just gotta push against the walls, huh? Okay. Since it's time, not coins, I can just zoom. Okay, I can't press against horizontal walls, it seems. It's only vertical walls that the wall clipping works for. I wonder if I need to know all of those clipping tricks and such to beat the time, or if I just have to be decent. I don't know how long this is. That one missed jump might cost me. If I properly got through that wall, that probably would have made a big difference as well. No, we finally lost a life and now we've lost two. Everything is ruined. Rip run. Everything is awful. Wow, really? Just botched all of that back to back. That's such a shame. I don't know if I should feel glad that I found this or not. I feel like I was better off when I didn't know that this game existed. Just because now stubbornness might take hold and I'm gonna waste more of our time trying this 1,000 times and failing and then realizing I do have to buy those tricks off that guy. So I can't help but feel that that wall clipping trick didn't work. Because I feel like I would have clipped through if I was going to when I rubbed up against that other wall. Since he said all you have to do is push against that wall to do it. So I wonder if it's actually meant more as a joke about speedrunning than actually being useful information. I pressed jump, but it didn't. How many stages is this anyway? I was afraid of that. Well, we're not making the world record, that's for sure. I'll be happy enough figuring out how many stages this is so I know how viable it is for me to try to beat that score. It's looking more likely that I'm going to need those tricks to do this. At least a trick. Okay, the bubble is the damage point then. Oh, and you take a lot of hits, don't you? Yeah, this is so screwed. Look at this. Look how many hits this guy's taken. And even when the bubble's gone, he's still taking more hits. There we go. Yeah, we almost took double the time. We'd need some pretty hefty cuts to get through there. No. That's for somebody else to do. In the end, really all we have that we haven't given to anybody is the baby, ironically enough. I wonder if we'd actually get an answer as to where this needs to go, since this guy actually gave us the good hint. Let's see if he gives me another nudge towards the only person we might be missing talking to. About giving them a goddamn baby. I stand corrected on you being useful, sir. Yep, now it's just looping. Interesting that they have two different dialogues for those situations, though. Because the red guy said he was on the cusp of his own demise, and then the green guy said he's on the cusp of something big. So I appreciate the difference there. I do appreciate that they have different spins on that. Okay, those also shoot at you. I thought I hit the ground and Brain just did a bad there. So we just lost all of our power over something stupid. Business as usual. Which is a real shame because max power bullets were doing a lot of work for us there. Thankfully, this seems to shoot as fast as I can mash now. More or less, anyway. I'm just not even gonna deal with that guy. You know, getting rid of that sand pile seems like the opposite of what I wanted, really. I forgot that the gauntlets are possessed here, because we were gone for a bit. Hate it here. God damn it. Go, flying T-pose robot, away! Trading out for somebody with long range and decent speed really is making a huge difference. trying to melee my way through this place would probably be a nightmare. Mostly just because of how many hits these heads take. And these flyers would also be a menace to try to deal with before they shot. If I just remembered that I could have stayed in the sand there, we would have been fine on that last attempt as well, but you know, things happen. Oh, that's why I had to get rid of the sand there. It's so that this will lower enough that we can actually go through, though we could just slide through with Leaf. That would have been a way around needing to do that. Or at least I think we could. It looked like he would fit. No guarantees that they would actually allow that to work. But it looks right. Okay, that gets us a sand pile we can use to get past this bit. This seems incredibly dangerous. Ah, they thought of that. I was hoping to avoid having to try to finagle my way around to hitting them. Okay. So at least we more than likely got to a checkpoint, so we're not going to see the same bit of the stage the 30th time here. Okay, still not full power, but at least we have some power again. God, the sand slowdown is brutal. Okay, I'm not 100% sure if that's actually a good thing I've done here, but you know what? I did it. I really shouldn't be doing this. Hi-ya! There we go. You know, he says as he goes and does it anyway. Because we are going to need money if we fail anything coming up here. Wait, can't I just... No, that's too high. There we go. And considering this is called the Many Faces of Evil, I'm going to assume there's going to be another one of those somewhere. Then again, he also has these faces flying around too, so maybe they're part of the many faces. He says, wishfully thinking that that will be true. Oh, those hearts explode. Good. Good. You love to see that. Almost fucked it up. It really is a greatest hits of everything we've ever faced. All possessed and boosted. Greatest hits being somewhat of a mislabeling, but you know, it's fine. And I only say that because some of these enemies are things I'm not a fan of. Cutting it real close. Almost screwed me there, buddy. Ah. Tank the damage. Doesn't matter. Mash to victory. Just go full Mega Man strats. Just spam every bullet you could get. Oh, piss. I should have assumed that with the waterfalls there that's exactly what that meant. But for some reason, I didn't put two and two together there. So that's how this is gonna be, huh? Okay. Just what I needed. These are really sketchy jumps. I am uncomfortable. Okay, you know what? For one, die. For two, die. Okay, now then, solving problems. Oh. Okay, really thought something was gonna go wrong on the way through there, but we made it work. And as soon as I said that. Sometimes I really should just not say anything, huh? Not that it would be much content if I didn't say anything, but, you know. Now and then I'd be happier. Oh boy, speaking of being happier, not being so near those spikes would make me much happier. I really thought that was going to crush me and I was about to be very sad. Considering the enemies we're being faced with now, I'm assuming we're getting closer to the end. No, don't be near the chest when you open it. There we go. Can I just outrange him? I can. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Well, that saves me some heartache now, doesn't it? Speaking of heartache, though. Yep, there's the lizards. So we must be getting close. You know, the musculature of Zankylos kind of combines with Willow's to make what the idealized Willow statues looked like, now that I think about it. Like the really muscular Willow statue we saw. And they're even in similar poses, too. I wonder if there's something we're supposed to be seeing with that. Seems kind of suspicious, doesn't it? Makes you really wonder a little bit. What if there were two sides of the same coin the entire time? Like a weird order and chaos situation. Huh. Okay, well he goes up and down, so I can hit him when he goes up and stay relatively safe. You know, I said Mega Man for this guy at first, but looking at his design actually gives me some Power Blade vibes too, now that I think about that a second longer. I didn't think that through. I went, oh yeah, I can stand on that to shoot freely, forgetting that it's going to crush me into the ceiling. Sometimes I really don't like the way my brain works. Mostly the fact that sometimes it doesn't. You know, these statues kind of have a Megatron face a little bit, too, now that I look at it. Like, not heavily, just a little bit. And again, I have no reason to have gone to that platform anyway, because he can't reach where I'm standing here anyway. So I don't know why I was even stupid enough to try that. Answer kind of answers itself, really. Oh. Huh. Okay. Yep, music's gone. Presumably that means it's time for whatever the boss of this segment is. Oh! More spooky face time. Oh, you have quite the health bar to you too, don't you? Wrong switch. Nope, those don't reach far enough. That'll work. I wonder if these bosses have weaknesses, or if there are just things that are better at hitting them, because those sure seemed like they were working real well. Anyway, fight's over. Who's laughing now? Oh, that's not over, huh? No, there's the exit. Never mind. How embarrassing would it have been if I fell on my way out of here, huh? That would have been unfortunate. We were in there a while. Well, there it is. The finale. Judgment time. Oh, hey, you have an angel for a secretary, huh? Good for you. Makes sense since they put you on the job here. We are a little early. No, of course you are. This makes nothing but sense. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? We kind of wanted this to happen anyway. 1,000 years, huh? Is he even gonna live long enough for that? Yeah. Ah, perfect. Now that is something he's definitely guilty of. To be fair, that doesn't make that okay. But it also doesn't make throwing them both in a box for God knows how long okay either. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm noticing that you are continuously the problem here, Willow. As mentioned before. You really only married her for 5 seconds. You are kind of awful. You're not helping, Xanculos. You really aren't. Why did you have 3 wives? Actually 4, because we still haven't accounted for the angel yet. I mean, at least due process happened for a divorce there, but that's kind of also how that works. Exactly. Yeah, no, he is the least empathetic individual I think I've witnessed in a long time. He's a child in an old man's body. Okay, I feel like there's a conflict of interest there. Hi, we're here to ruin everything. Yeah, we already were witness to a lot of your crimes already, my dude. Don't think you're getting off easy even if we deal with Zanculos first. Yeah, this will be a much fairer trial. Trial by combat. Yeah, so that's how this bit's gonna work, huh? Let me guess, your head's your weak point? Yep, as tradition dictates. Pew pew pew, pew pew pew, pew 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 pew. Getting really rubber Dracula vibes from this guy just because he moves in a really rubbery way, but he's got the Dracula cape swing going. And, you know, the whole head being the weak point thing. And the teleporting. The teleporting is kind of a thing too. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I feel like twice was enough for this, but, you know, rule of 3, I get it. I kind of hope he has more than one form, because this is a little sad for a final fight if this is his only form. But somehow I feel there has to be more to it than this. Maybe we fight Willow too or something. Because he only hit me twice, and one of which was just because I didn't realize where his attack was going. Oh, hi. This isn't creepy at all. He's not entirely wrong, but they were doing just fine as well. True. By the same token, we can't guarantee that either. Crime still exists even under a strict ruler. Oh, are they gonna make a whole you have to fight some of your friends bit happen because he's gonna convert her? That is true. We did kind of bash him on the head to get to the treasure. No, he was just knocked on the head and took a nap. Listen to the bear. This is true. He is sentencing a lot of people to death and increasingly insane times in jail and things like that. I do really enjoy the level of expression on his floating head, though. Oh, so you're gonna so willingly kill him instead, huh? When you were so quickly blaming Leaf for killing him just to get the treasure, you would just kill him to silence him instead. Such a hypocrite. I'm very impressed by your teleportation, Mr. Bear. Could you kindly teach me how to do that? Is he gonna explode? Yep, he exploded. Huh. So I guess that kind of skipped phase 2 for me, huh? You're not looking so good anymore, though. It's not great. Time for the real fight, I guess. Oh, it's one of these bits where I have to do a running battle now, huh? Okay. He has a lot of health. And the munchies, apparently. The way he ate that platform. Oh, great. We're combining all of that, huh? And that's what I was afraid of. One bad tap of the directions and down I was gonna go. And of course we have to do the whole fight again. Of course we do. Even though this first phase is kind of a non-entity. Some traditions might have been better left in the grave. But I get it. I get it. Just don't have to like it. That might just barely clip me. Nope, we're good. Over here. Right here will be safe. It's really silly how you just kind of sit here and take those lumps like this, buddy. You really could just, you know, move instead of posing the entire time. Please tell me I don't have to sit through that whole sequence again. I'm gonna have to sit through that whole sequence again. Except, no, I don't. Because there's been a skip button the entire time. I've just not used it. Because till now, I haven't had a reason to. Because we haven't had to sit through any scenes more than once. Fish? No. Sword. That's what I was looking for. Stab him in the face, I say. That didn't really work as well as I'd hoped it would. We are using just base level shots though, so that's probably why it seems like he has a obscene amount of health. He is also presumably the final fight, so having a lot of health is kind of expected. Which, on that note, pizza time. Yeah, we are moving through his health bar a little better with level 2 shots. And, you know, the rate at which I can mash them into his face. And lost it immediately because of that trickery. I think the sword might still be the better magic weapon for this, because I can jam it into his face. This isn't a very hard fight so far. Oh, well, that's a bit mean. He's not moving forward anymore, though, so it's kind of fair. Like, he's trying to suck us in instead now. I just gotta be mindful of what platform I'm on while I'm continuing to fire upon him. At least those are probably not insta-death spikes. Do note the probably phrase there, though. Got him. Now, is there another phase? Oh. Huh. Well then. He's just a dude. Jim Zankylos. Nope, I'm looking. The immediate music shuts off, like, no. You really are awful. And off she goes. You have a lot to answer for. Your problem isn't in the people around you. Your problem is the fact that you completely ignore what people tell you. You just make up whatever narrative you want to believe in the moment and go run off and doing crazy nonsense. And she's right to hate you. Because you're an awful human being. And this is exactly why. Yeah. This is what happens when you try to solve all of your problems by jamming people in boxes. Now for the real fight. Uh-huh. The true monster shows its face. Time to put you down, old man. Okay, that shot continues after that. Got it. This is why I wasn't burning my good heals and such on the previous bit, because I was pretty confident I was gonna have to fight the old man at some point. I didn't expect it to all be part of the same sequence, necessarily, but I really shouldn't be shocked by that. Balance of power and all that. Now's as good a time as any to full heal. I'll hold on to the power boost for the moment, because we have a little bit of magic left, and he's not really doing anything too crazy still. So I anticipate at some point he's gonna go nuts, and that's what I'm saving the power for, really. Question is, are you gonna have more than one phase too? Oh, you're deleting the platforms now, huh? Well, now's as good a time as any to go crazy then, huh? Let's go, old man. You thought it was all about the shots, huh? No, it was the sword. Back on the ground where you belong. Oh, now you get it. Now you're starting to get it. You've really been just running from your problems, jamming them in a box and leaving them behind. Mm-hmm. That's a solution, yes. And if you had done that a long time ago, there would have been a lot less problems, but that too is not really a solution. You're just continuing to run away, but it's good enough for our purposes at this point. We ain't letting you run. We ain't done with you yet. You got plenty more hands where that came from to pull this job off. Well, you aren't gonna have a chance to be less of a shit human being if you just jam yourself in a box, are ya? No, I'm pretty sure yeah, those were all 100% men. We can't beat the shit out of you if you're in a box. Oh, that's what the baby's for. You know, the baby does look an awful lot like him, huh? Funny how that works out. Could this have been where Sprout ended up the entire time? Gee, I wonder. But look at him. You can definitely tell, oh, he's yours with those flips. What do you want? Oh, hey, convenient timing. It's about damn time the angels showed up to sort shit out, huh? I was wondering when his name changed color to be the same as one of them, and his name was the same color as hers the whole time. Yeah. No, we did just fine for centuries without him when he was jammed in a box. Am I gonna have to fight you two now, too? Well, that's a thing. Oh, that is a terrible idea. No. No, 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 no. Do not give this psychopath ultimate power. We already had one psychopath with ultimate power. We don't need a second one. Here comes character development. There we go. So they really didn't accomplish anything by showing up, huh? Now, of course you didn't, because you didn't listen to a thing anyone said the entire time. That is a really good question. How? You know what? I'm not gonna ask. I probably don't need to ask, nor am I gonna get a good answer even if I ask. Admittedly, yeah, the platform would have still been there if you hadn't crashed into it. I assume he's gonna take us on a scenic tour through the credits. Or, I mean, everywhere we've ever been, really. Seeing how everything's playing out now that things are under control. There's not either psychopath running around being a menace. He's still out being a menace, but he's still only so strong. And he's begging for mercy from the angels, and that's going nowhere. He's still out here being a problem. He's teaching the kid how to do stuff. I assume they're going out and finding all the rest of the chests he scattered around the world to make amends for all of the chests he created. Kind of looks like Pac-Man's house. Oh hey, you worked things out. Good for you. Yeah, that checks out. Put a shirt on, old man. There we go. There's the credits. So that was a good time. A little bit longer than I thought it was going to be, but I also started making some real stupid mistakes along the way. Interesting that we had one more character than would fit in that menu. They actually surprised me with that one, which I guess part of that probably was probably a mix between they wanted more characters than would fit there, and they might have wanted to hide that there was one more. There might even have been another one for, like, doing everything. You might have gotten one more as well. There's that dog again. Yep. There he goes after Leaf again. Can't have shit in this world, man. Save the world and still get knocked over by a dog. And the great bear in the sky judges you all happily. Completion percent, 80%. Pretty much on target for what I predicted. 12 hours, 22 minutes, and 43 seconds. Let's grab a quick screen grab of that. For the future. Looks like it sits on that screen too. There we go. Congratulations on clearing the game. However, the story's not over just yet. Return to your save file to find out what happens next. Additionally, you can now create a new Game Plus file. Then you can start fresh while retaining your unlocked characters, magic weapons, and double jump. Okay. So what is this happens next? Oh, there's actually a whole after credits scene. Okay. Party of at least 10. Oh, okay, so Willow's on the team. He can pogo bounce. Okay, so I just need to find 2 more characters, but I've already opened all the chests. Oh, that's how they fit everybody. Okay, they just start shrinking the portraits. You know what? That makes as much sense as anything else, really. I guess let's go talk to the frogs then and see exactly what he means. Huh. So his stage is World 7. Okay. If I don't get reasonable answers quickly, though, we're probably gonna just let that rest, since we did get credits, but I'm curious enough to see at least who the other 2 characters are. Yeah, I know about the portrait lady. Try again. Yeah, I know about the speed run. If he doesn't tell me anything new... Yeah, I know about the racing. So there's something if I challenge him again. Okay. I know about that, yes. I already know about the fact that he's selling me another thing, yes. Same with him. I'm basically gonna do this till I run out of money or recycles. A little something he already said in this dialogue. Yep, he has another magic extension, I know. I didn't get all the P's, yes. Which the P's probably lead to another character. And now he's repeating. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna sit there and collect every P that we haven't gotten, because there's a lot of them that I haven't gotten. Like, we did pretty well on collecting them. It's basically all of World 1 we have, except 1. We got most of World 2. We got all of World 3 such as it was. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. Hopefully all's well. You're just in time for me to be cycling through the post-game here and seeing if it was worth doing too much with it. It's been pretty good. We managed to finish the main line of this game, so I'd count that as a victory. Yeah, we got most of this world, actually, so that's not too bad. We only missed 5 of them? Yeah, 5 of them. And over here in the Dreadlands, we only missed 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So really, it wouldn't be the worst to go collect them. I'm just tired at this point, and I don't really want to go hunting back through all of that looking for them. I will go try challenging Nelson one last time, just because I feel like he probably has the thing. Challenging Howie, rather. So I don't know if we have enough money to challenge him anymore now, because we spent so many on getting information. Because I think he charges 100. So I actually can't. I would have to go get money. That'll do then. We are coming out of this with 8 out of the 10 characters that apparently exist in the game. We know where the other 2 weapons are. We can take a quick scan through the encyclopedia. At least acknowledge these people. We missed a couple characters, which are probably because of the handful of places we didn't go to. Primarily in World 2. Actually, no, didn't we go to the one missing place in World 2? I think we did. Like, they put a lot of characters in here. Like, a crazy amount of them. Since we're already up to 100 and we're, like, not even halfway through. And that's not counting all of the enemies. Yeah, because we're still finishing up the roster of people from World 4. Yep, still in World 4. Like, there's still a few loose ends out there, I feel, too, just in general. Actually, it's interesting that... Oh, yeah, they completely... There we go. Yeah, because they switch her from being Brianna to Umbra. I thought for a second as I was scrolling through that they just only had this sprite for her. Or at that point. There's actually a fair few people we haven't interacted with, which is kind of crazy. considering we covered a lot of the ground. Here's the whole long enemy encyclopedia as well. Oh, this is including mid-bosses as well, okay. Oh no, this is bosses and mid-bosses all rolled into the enemy encyclopedia. Okay, so there's not gonna be a separate section for bosses then. But this way, if anybody wants to pause along the way to look at all of these, they can. This fucking thing. And then after I finish running through all of this, I'll find us somewhere to go. But I wanted to show appreciation for all of the sprite work and all of the designs that were made for this. 'Cause they really did do a good job with just about all of this. Like, it fell into a couple recolors, but honestly, it's very rare that a game will avoid recolors entirely. And there's all the P-men. I'm not gonna sit here and go through all of these. At least not at slow speed, because there's not, like, information boxes for all of these or anything. This just has names and what stages they were found in. And we only have these key fragments left, which I presume the key fragments pertain to something important, which is a useless sentence, but it is what it is. And for those curious, the only known achievement I'm missing is getting all the magic weapons. There are 7 hidden achievements left as well, just from playing through the game more or less normally. I got 18 out of 26. So for those inclined to such things, the clear is probably not too bad, considering it took us about 12 hours to get through the whole game, from start to finish. There is, of course, that post-game bit he's referring to. But, as I said before, I'm not in the business of showing you everything that's in a game. So I'll leave that as a teaser for people to have a reason to pick up the game and do it themselves. And as usual, tomorrow will be another session of the 7 Days to Die crew. Same people, probably different server. I'm still waiting for full feedback on that one as to whether people still want to restart, since we found out that the save is still valid, because there really wasn't much of a change between the experimental 1.0 and stable 1.0. But I'm being democratic about that one and making sure everybody gets their feedback in on that one. I don't entirely know what I'm gonna do on Monday now. I've got a couple things to decide between on that one. And a reminder that there is at least one post out there on social media asking for feedback for a plan I have coming up. So do make sure to give me information so that that whole special event that will be coming in the future has what it needs. And with all that said, I'm still looking at my raid list, so give me a minute. Given what I just said, I feel like that would be a decent choice, but that's not been vetted yet, so we're not committing there. Ooh. No. Yeah. That's a good enough choice. I can work with that. we'll go over to Mayroon, who's doing Klonoa 2. For those that don't know, Klonoa is quite a good platformer series, so do highly recommend that, which is why I'm going to point y'all in that direction so you get to experience that. With all that said, though, thank you for taking the time to be here. We almost got through this entire game without me getting aggravated, but, you know, invariably there's gonna be one fight or one stage that's gonna get my goat a little bit. But that's just how it goes. There's no such thing as a game without at least one kind of frustrating fight in it, so nothing to worry about there. I'll see you all tomorrow at the usual time. I see you sneaking that last bit of bittage in there, thank you. And of course, thank you again for making it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.